The meeting will please come to order. Hello, everyone. On behalf of all of my colleagues, we would like to welcome you to this evening's City Council meeting. Today is Thursday, November the 16th. I am Trippy Congo, President of Wilmington City Council. Just for a note, for any public comment, there is a Google Form sign-up link in the chat for anyone who would like to give public comment virtually. Public comment will take place after non-legislative business. At this time, we will have our opening prayer by Akira Granado.
Heavenly Father, we have assembled to handle the affairs of our city. As we do so, we ask for your guidance and understanding. We pray that our city reaches a place of peace and safety. Keep us out of harm's way and bless those who are in authority. Let respect be key in all our endeavors. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States,
the United States of America,
and to the republic,
to
To
the republic
the republic for which it stands,
one
One
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilman White,
present.
Councilwoman Darby,
Present.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Present.
Councilwoman Harley,
Present.
Councilwoman Fields,
Present.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Here.
Councilman Johnson,
here,
Councilman Fields,
Present.
Councilwoman Cabrera, Councilman Mills, Councilman Spadova,
present.
Councilwoman Bracy,
Present.
President Congo.
Here.
11 present and 2 absent.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cabrera will be absent from tonight's meeting. Her legislation is being held.
Thank you.
Clerk, did you want to announce the legislation that's being held, or would you like me to?
You can, President.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Cabrera is holding her legislation to amend Chapter 37 of the City Code to reduce civil penalties for certain parking violations and to eliminate the discount for early payment of certain penalties. Again, that's going to be held. At this time, we have the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting.
November 2nd, 2023, City Council met on regular session with remote participation on the above date at 6:30 p.m. with President Pro Tem Maria D. Cabrera opening up the meeting. The floor was given to President Ernest M. Congo II, who presided over the meeting virtually. The opening prayer was done by Kira Granado, Deputy City Clerk.
Mr. President, I move these minutes be accepted as written.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the minutes be accepted as written. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. This time we'll have our committee reports.
October 16, 2023, President, members of Council, City of Wilmington, ladies and gentlemen, we, your Public Works and Transportation Committee, meeting by anchor location and remote participation, to whom was referred ordinance number 23035 entitled, an ordinance to authorize and approve 2 one-year extensions of contract 23025 PW concrete improvements between the City of Wilmington and Diamond Materials LLC. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilwoman Oliver, Councilman White, Councilwoman Bracy, Councilman Fields, Councilwoman Fields, President Congo, absent with leave, Councilman Spadova.
at this time, I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed as written.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the report be received, recorded, and filed. On the question, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried.
November 6, 2023, ladies and gentlemen, we are intergovernmental committee met by location remote participation to what's referred ordinance number 23040 entitled, an ordinance to amend chapter 40 of the city code to establish 22 Delaware C, subsection 841's 5-year maximum residency requirement to establish the related geographical boundaries as City of Wilmington limits to establish a residency working group. I've given this ordinance careful study and recommend council vote on it accordingly. Respectfully submitted, those members present: Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Bracy, Councilwoman McCoy, Councilwoman Oliver, and President Condo.
At this time, I move for the committee report to be received, recorded, and filed as written.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the report be received, recorded, and filed on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. This time we'll have our city treasurer's report. And just before we do that, I would like to recognize Councilmember Mills, who has joined us virtually.
So noted.
Yes, Mr. President, I wasn't able to get off the unmute, but I am on the call. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
November 16, 2023. Total investment, $494,320,353.66. Total cash on $16,281,994.69. Grand total, $510,602,348.35. Submitted by Dwayne Sims, City Treasurer.
I move that the treasurer's report be received, recorded, as filed.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that the report be received, recorded, and filed on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. I'll accept the motion to move to accept all non-legislative business.
So moved. Second.
It's been properly moved and second to accept all non-legislative business on the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Do any council members have any resolution recognitions this evening? Councilmember Darby? Let me come up. We're going to ask for everyone to please silence your phones. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So my resolution is to recognize the Delawareans for Palestinian human rights. We have some representatives tonight. I don't know if you guys want to start coming up, but I'm gonna read the resolution. Whereas Councilmember Darby would like to recognize Delawareans for Palestinian human rights. And whereas since its founding in 2012, this organization has worked to provide information about the people of Palestine, their culture, and policies impacting their lives. And whereas this organization works alongside numerous other organizations, including Students for Justice in Palestine, Jewish Voice for Peace, and to advocate for human rights, to bring attention to the issues of international significance, and to elevate the voices of Palestinians in Delaware and beyond. Whereas the members of the organizations are committed to collective action to further Israel-Palestinian resolution and a lasting peace in that region. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Wilmington that the legislative body acknowledges the Delawareans for Palestinian human rights for their contributions to the dialogue on human rights. I don't know if Mike and I'm here. Okay.
So good evening, City Council members. My name is Mike Abel. I am a Palestinian American. I am here to support U.S. House Res 786 by Representative Cori Bush, the ceasefire resolution, and being introduced to the Wilmington City Council by Councilperson Shanae Darby. I have traveled and worked in Palestine, the West Bank, and Gaza on medical missions, and I have witnessed the Israeli occupation and also the aftermath of previous bombings in Gaza. The October 7th atrocities to the Israelis and the hostage taking is heart-wrenching. However, The attack by Hamas does not justify further violence against Palestinian civilians. The horror of that day came in the wake of brutal violence by Israel for so many years that are responsible for the untold thousands of Palestinian deaths. We must acknowledge that the root causes of the recent violence and suffering are Israel's decades-long brutal occupation, repression, and dehumanizing treatment of Palestinians. The Palestinians of Gaza have been forcibly trapped for decades under abhorrent conditions. In the West Bank, settlers terrorize entire Palestinian villages, IDF soldiers raid and demolish Palestinian homes, murder Palestinians in the streets, and Israeli ministers call for genocide and expulsion of Palestinians. The Israeli government is not held accountable, and our US government continues to fund and excuses Israeli apartheid and occupation policies. Our tax dollars are funding an all-out massacre of innocent civilians in Gaza, wiping out multi-generational families, journalists, healthcare workers, hospitals, and humanitarian resources by Israel's bombardment, which continues to a tragic, disproportionate impact on civilians. Over 11,000 precious lives are dead, of which 4,700 and rising are Palestinian children, and 1,700 children are reported missing and presumed dead under the rubble. Delawareans and our groups have called on President Biden and Delaware senators and representatives to demand an immediate ceasefire to stop this catastrophic humanitarian crisis and genocide in Gaza. How can they be silent? Thank you, City Council members, for your consideration to support the Ceasefire Now resolution. This is a call for humanity now.
Do any other council members have any resolutions
Do we have a 3-minute clock? Then I'm just asking.
for, I'm sorry, what was your question, Councilman?
I said,
Oliver?
far as the clock, do you have anybody back there with it?
Yes,
for the
during
speakers.
public comment.
Yeah, that's what
we'll
I was
have-
asking, 'cause
We'll
I
have
didn't
3-minute
see it.
time
Okay.
frames, yeah. Also like to recognize other resolutions from council members, from Councilwoman Cabrera. She recognized the Del Hispano magazine and recognized Ritmos Unidos 20-year reunion. From Councilmember Harley, recognizing the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated, the Delaware chapter. Sympathy resolutions from Councilwoman Cabrera. Sympathy resolution for Delia Rivera, and from Councilmember Oliver, a sympathy resolution for Ronald Rumor. Councilmember Spadola's recognition of the Omega Project Physical Therapy 5th year anniversary has been rescheduled for a later date. At this time, we will move to public comment. Again, this is a friendly reminder that for public comment, there is a Google Form sign-up link in our chat for any City of Wilmington resident who would like to speak this evening that is virtual. Your time limit is 3 minutes, so please be respectful of other community members who want to also speak, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Please be careful as you're coming forward. You have to step up to the podium, and please remember to introduce yourselves. When you have about 30 seconds left, I will give you a friendly reminder. Again, please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. 30, oh, I said it's on the record, right? If, just a reminder for our council members, we do have a lot of people who have signed up to give public comment. If it goes past 7:30, we'll have to make a motion to extend public comment past 7:30. For anyone who has not signed up yet that would like to give public comment, you may still do so, either virtually or in council chambers. The sign-up form is right before the front row. First, we have Francis Thomas. Francis Thomas. Again, as you're making public comment, please do not direct your comments to any council members directly. Please direct all your comments to me as the president. We want to remind everyone to please be respectful for everyone who is in council chambers. And please remember that when I give you your 30-second warning, heads up that you have about 30 seconds left, and please try to wrap up your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francis, and I'm here to voice my concerns about giving our jobs to those who don't live in the city. While this move was made by the mayor without the city residents, and some of the council members voted yes on it, again, without the city residents. We weren't allowed, the city residents weren't allowed to apply for these jobs. They kept them from us. Now you want to negotiate. Now, after you kept the jobs hidden from us, it should be left as it is, as always. The people voted. Just like the people voted to put y'all in the seats that you sit in, why not work with the people of the city to make our city better? We, the residents of the city, we do matter and we care. I would like to ask the council members to do better for the city of Wilmington. Let's work together. Now, the last time I was here and spoke, it wasn't a personal attack to Mr. Johnson when I called his name, but I would like to say these names. You kept the jobs hidden. Let's not keep hidden who voted yes to take our jobs away. And it's not a personal attack. Spandella, Johnson, Fields, and Bracy. Remember, we put y'all in these seats. So when September comes, you might want to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And WITN, do we have several people who have signed up virtually for public comment?
We have about 11.
11, okay. So what I would like to do, just to be fair, we're going to alternate every two public comments, 2 from council chambers, and then 2 for those who have joined us virtually. Is that okay? WITN? All right, thank you. Next, we'll have Deacon Earl Tate, who was with us in council chambers. And then we will go to our virtual public comment. Thank you, Mr. Tate, for joining us. We miss you. Watch your step as you're coming up to the podium.
Greetings, folks. My name is Deacon Earl E. Tate II, and I like to say, this is what our forefathers fought for. What our forefathers fought for, they fought for the right to vote, the right to stand up and voice your opinion and vote when it came time to vote. Now we the present generation of this world, we got to learn how to stand up and vote for our rights. If you haven't registered to vote, get out here and register now. Register now to vote, because if you don't, you only make it worse off for yourself. Because every vote counts. Don't let no one tell you that your vote doesn't count. Your vote do count, and that's why we got to stand up for our rights, and don't give up the fight. Instead of fighting with these, Fight with this, the words of your mouth and everything. Because if you don't, someone gonna come along and gonna say that you didn't vote, so you shut up. Get out here and vote now. And also, the police and all, I can remember when they used to live here in the city, they used to walk the streets of the city, and they became friends with everybody, and we became friends with them. What happened to that? What happened to that? Because the city had the right to know who's guarding their city, who's protecting their children and them. Who is? Hey, we got to learn how to work together as one, because if we don't, we're gonna regret it. So remember this, as I say, he who thinketh negatively hath defeated himself even before he begun.
You got 30 seconds.
But he who thinketh positively with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding can claim the victory by faith, and is off setting forth new goals and climbing higher heights that life holds no limit to it. Thank you.
Amen.
And have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. And WITN, at this time, we're going to go to our virtual public comment. 2 members from the public comment, please.
Okay, the first one is Scott Spencer.
Scott, he's actually in council chambers. So we're going to go to the next one, WITN. Scott Spencer is here.
Okay.
Mark Pavar.
Can you ask them to raise their hand?
I think Mark Pavar is also in council chambers.
He said he's gonna pass.
He's gonna pass on his public comment. So we'll go to the next one, please.
Keandra McDowell.
Keandra McDowell.
She's having that baby.
Oh, congratulations, Keandra. We're gonna go to the Keandra's not with us online. No, she's not. So we're gonna go to the next one, please. Dunya Ramadan. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm virtual.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. Okay. I would like to thank Councilmember Darby for introducing this resolution supporting Representative Cori Bush's resolution calling on the Biden administration to call for a ceasefire, although it's almost 40 days into an unfolding mass genocide in Gaza with more than 12,000 lives taken with our U.S. taxpayer dollars and weapons, and an uptick of the Israeli occupation's mass violence across occupied Palestine. Constituents have been calling their Congress people, protesting, shutting this country down in every way, shape, and form, just to demand the power holders here to call for an end to bombardments, to stop the bombing that is taking away lives, taking away Palestinian lives. Unfortunately, in the state of Delaware, Palestinian lives do not matter. Unfortunately, that is the case. We have seen with our state legislators, such as Senator Coons, Senator Carper, Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, they all cannot say the term ceasefire because they do not care about Palestinian lives, because they do not see Palestinians as human beings. And as Delaware constituents, we are fazed by the lack of compassion, by the lack of the fact that they can't see that Palestinians are human beings and that they exist. As someone who has grown up in Delaware, who has lived here all my life, I'm appalled by how this state has done absolutely nothing to acknowledge the fact that there's an unfolding genocide happening to Palestinians under Israeli occupation. And it is time to call for a ceasefire. 40 days in, we've been screaming this every single day, and we will not stop. There needs to be a ceasefire called now, and the Biden administration needs to listen. And Delawareans have made their voice heard. We marched in front of Biden's home on Saturday. We made it clear. And it must be done now. There needs to be an end to all of these bombardments. We have also hosted a family from Gaza here through the PCRF in Delaware, and they are stuck in the south in Gaza and experiencing these bombardments. So let that sit with you as you think about this resolution. This ceasefire needs to be called now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone to please silence your phones. WITN, our next virtual public comment, please. Yara Awad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Councilwoman Darby, for introducing this resolution. My name is Yara Awad, and I am a Palestinian American. I am the daughter of generations of Palestinians that have been living outside of our indigenous lands. I've been spent my life grieving the loss of our lands and the brutality that has ensued on our lands for 75 years. Nonetheless, the Wilmington community has embraced me and inspired me in my life. I was the organizer of the TEDx Youth at Wilmington event, the first TEDx Youth event hosted in our state. I organized this event because I thought it was important to hear the voices of youth in our city as we see the world with more hope and youth in our eyes. We brought ideas regarding the future of AI, the future of our country, and more. Our speakers brought a refreshed view to the city of Wilmington, bringing hope for the vibrancy and the future of our community. Gaza's 2.3 million population is over 50% children under the age of 17. Over 6,000 children have died since October 7th. Thousands of others have had their entire families annihilated by Israel and the US war machine since October 7th. If we can come together as a city to provide youth a voice here, I know that our community can come together to give these youth life. Please use your voice today. These youth are facing 1,008 bombs dropped every 24 hours. A child in Gaza is murdered every 15 minutes. While we are sitting here on this meeting, think about how many children in Gaza died. Please, we've been begging for a ceasefire. Use your voice now. Say that this is not going to happen in our name. It will not happen with our money. I know that the city of Wilmington is better than this. I know that our representatives need to hear that the city of Wilmington does not stand for this. Please use your voice today. Please vote for this resolution. Please call on our representatives, on our senators to call for a ceasefire. Call on Biden. Please call for a ceasefire today. Please vote for this resolution. And all Wilmingtonians that hear me today, you have inspired me throughout my life in my youth while I grieved the loss of our land, while I grieved the brutality against my people. Please, please give me hope and humanity today. Please vote for this resolution and support for a free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go back to those who are in council chambers. Alan Lawrence. Thank you for joining us. Please remember to introduce yourself, and please be careful stepping up to the podium. And again, I will give you a friendly reminder when you have 30 seconds left. Your time frame is 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. My name is Alan Lawrence. I grew up as a kid on the east side of Wilmington, and I reside in the 1st District now as an adult. for too long, the administration has controlled and did what they wanted to do in this city. During the last 3 council meetings, the residents of this city said, no more. No more will the residents of this city's voices be ignored. This evening, we are saying to the members of this city council, our voices must be heard. You were elected or appointed to represent us. Representing us does not mean the administration gets a free pass to do whatever it wants or wishes. You are not subservient to the administration. Your job is to represent the residents sitting in this audience and their families and those who are at home listening through and watching through Zoom. Doing anything less than that is a disservice to the city residents of Wilmington and their families, and to the position that you hold. Your job this evening is to say to the residents of the city of Wilmington, we have your back. So tonight, say to the administration, the residents of Wilmington say, live where you work. Keep the residency requirement. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Dunn. Please remember to introduce yourself once you come up to the mic, and please be careful stepping up to the podium.
Good evening, President and City Council members and audience. I'm up here once again. I don't think I'll get kicked out this time. But I want to read something from the last time I was here. I won't mention no names, but if they're virtue, they know who they are. Good evening, Mr. Dunn. No reason to apologize, as I know where your heart is, brother. I respect you and your family's legacy of justice and service, and for that, I am truly grateful. Thank you for keeping City Council accountable, and let's keep up the good work, the fight. God bless. The reason I read that, when I was here last week, I was told that I escorted out of here. Residency needs to stay. People before the city council fought for you to be where you're at. We have a senior on city council, and his words was this, and we should listen carefully to our seniors because we were raised to take our problems to our seniors. They had the answer. Residency is a law. City council is not here to change law, but to enforce the laws of the city residents and community. It is a law. We don't need to change anything. All we need to do is do what we put you in office to do, and you took an oath to do it. It's that simple. Why are we fighting about something that has already been placed into law for the city and the communities that we live in? We've been here all our lives. I'm 63 years old, and we still going through this same thing. All of you city council members here, remember how you got here, who fought for you to get here, and it was a time when you wasn't able to be in the seat that you're in. So stick together on this one. Listen to those elders, because they know what's right for us in this city.
You have
Thank
30
you.
seconds. Thank you. And just as a reminder for those of you who are just joining us in council chambers, if you would like to give public comment, you still may sign up. The sign-in sheet is right at the front row. Thank you. We're going to return back to our virtual public comment. Okay, Ellie, if you are still virtual, if you're still with us virtually, please raise your hand. Ellie?
Hello, my name is Ellie, and as a Wilmington resident, I would like my voice to be heard in support of a full ceasefire in Gaza. I would like our community to stand against these crimes against humanity and to say, not in our name and not with our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Afnan Albari. I believe that Afnan is with us in council chamber, so just one moment, please. We're going to go to the next virtual speaker. Aisha Nasir. Are you still with us virtually? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm here to support the resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. When I see the pictures of babies and little innocent kids getting pulled out of the rubble, and the premature babies, 39 premature babies who have no electricity to keep them warm, who cannot get oxygen, and doctors are using their hands to pump up their lungs so they can get oxygen. It is very disturbing for me. It's horrific what is happening to children in Gaza, what is happening to innocent civilians. And in every video that they post online, while running for their lives, that means that are not staged, all I see are innocent people. I have never in a single video or in a single picture seen any armed man in any videos. So where is this Hamas? What is going on in there? Why are innocent civilian lives, their residences, their hospitals, their homes, their schools, their universities being bombed? For what reason? International law does not allow, in any case, even if humans are being used as a human shield, innocent civilians are being used as a human shield, to bomb them. Nothing, it does not allow the states to bomb civilian structures at any cost. So this is not war, this is terrorism. I do not want our money, our tax dollars, to go and arm the terrorist state of Israel, what it's doing to innocent civilians in Gaza. They are humans. They are worth all the dignity, respect, and care for human life and humanity. Where is our humanity when our president says no to ceasefire? Where, like what? And I couldn't even see an ounce of humanity in his words. How can anyone who wants peace for everybody say no to ceasefire? What if it happens to us? Would our president still say no to ceasefire when we are being bombed? What is the reasoning behind saying no to ceasefire? I just can't understand that. Humanity demands ceasefire. UN has been telling that Gaza is a graveyard for children. We demand ceasefire. And if you have any ounce of humanity, President Biden, please demand ceasefire.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. At this time, we will return to those who are with us in council chambers. Michelle Wilson. Susan Regis. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Regis. Please take your time. Susan Collins, thank you. Sorry about that. Please watch your step as you come to the podium.
Two new knees. I can't crawl up out of these low seats. Sorry.
If you can adjust your mic just a little bit, Ms. Collins. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. President, council members, and my friends in the audience. Yeah. The issue of residency has been an ongoing plague for years, due mainly from disgruntled cops of yesteryear, but now relatively new hires. People knew when hired as part of their employment, there is a residency requirement. It is not that we did not know that sworn officers in the past have lied about their place of residency. It was common knowledge. Just like today, we know cops are bunking up together for their shifts and then going home when they're not working. Or how about the officer who regularly, I'm not going to say it, regularly leaves Middletown at 6:30 a.m. on Delaware 1 at a high rate of speed in a marked WPD SUV. Was he visiting his mama every morning? I don't know. You guess, yeah. All right, now listen, I want to talk to the long-termers here. They've snagged our port. They said we couldn't afford it, but they didn't tell us that the administrations, one after another, were draining the port and the water fund. There was no money, that was true. But where was the money? Where did the money go? All right. So they've got our port. We don't have no municipal court. They've sold Bayard Stadium downriver for the next 50 years. And they are now eyeing Canby Park. These are all parts of a plan to dilute the political power of people of color. I am convinced. Okay, we have fought this fight more than once, and we know from the October 18th, 2023 marathon council meeting, the citizens and residents of Wilmington have been unwavering
30 seconds.
in the support of a residency requirement. Council members, I urge you, do your job, represent the people, or pay the price in the upcoming general election.
Thank you. Next we have Thomas Darren Swan. Please remember to introduce yourself, and please be careful when you come to the podium. Again, I give you a friendly reminder when you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Timeless Thomas, aka Deron Swan. I'm here to bring focus to the original issue of the current administration performing treason. So everybody's talking about residency in Palestine and all that. Salute. But there's a law in place. Somebody made some more different laws. So I say to the people that are not in attendance, because now I'm going to bypass the physical and jump straight in your spirit. You will be held ancestrally accountable for intentionally perpetuating a generational curse. So I take it to this season, 1620 AD. is when the framework was built. Now I'm talking about when the Pilgrims, who just happened to be the first terrorists, when the Pilgrims took the land from the Indians. That was this season right here. So, right. Did I say something? Okay, thank you. So that was 1620 AD. And that framework was laid for. So whoever is not in attendance, there's a reason that you're not here. It's because you're fighting in your spirit. When the people have spoken, that's why I'm not talking about residency. It's very plain that we can't take the power from the people. Why would we do that? When the ancestors have fought so much, when the elders have came out and spoken. I don't know enough about politics to talk politics. I know right from wrong, and I know distraction. So I say, here it comes. Wait for it. Here it comes. So I say, if, I'm going to say it, just give me if a class action lawsuit is initiated, wait a minute, so if you signed up or co-signed something that wasn't right, if you took part in treason intentionally, and there's a class action lawsuit, and they want to name the participants, I'm saying too much. Thank you very much.
And we are going to go back to our virtual public. Christina Kelly, are you still with us virtually? Christina Kelly?
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
Thank you
for
so much.
joining us.
Of course, and I appreciate an opportunity to speak tonight, Mr. President and council members. I'm actually speaking because Keandra Mitchell was not able to tonight. I wanted to bring attention to some residents that were moved into some homes that are rather questionable. And when I say this, I'll elaborate by stating weeks after these individuals were moved into these homes, Wilmington Police Department started knocking on doors and handing flyers to the residents of Rodney Street and 2nd Street, informing them that 13 level 3, tier 3 sex offenders had been moved into 2 homes, one at 123 North Rodney Street and the other at 1411 West 2nd Street. 13 individuals between these 2 homes. So outside of questions of zoning and permitting that could not have possibly taken place, as both properties are still residentially zoned and are currently being used as rooming houses, I think it's rather important to point out that both of these properties are within 2 blocks of 2 elementary schools. And again, we are talking tier 3 sex offenders, meaning that these are repeat offenders and that these are offenders of young minor children. So I think that it's very important that the 5th District be represented and that things like this not be able to stand, and that WPD does their due diligence and informs residents prior to sex offenders moving in to addresses as is required by law. And I would hope that City Council is now able to take some action on this now that you've been informed of this issue. And lastly, I would just like to say free, free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. WITN. Ms. Z, are you still with us virtually? Ms. Z?
Yes, I have wrote down my question, my statement. So basically, I just said that I feel that everybody in Delaware and specifically even Wilmington who wants to work should be able to work. There are plenty of jobs out here. If the citizens need assistance with that, I would like to know how the council would like to aid in that. Because if there's jobs, people in Wilmington should be in them if they want to work. They have a DHS center, Jessup, Porter. There are plenty of people going in there trying to get Medicaid and food stamps that would like to make a living where they don't need to get assistance from the government.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we have in council chambers, Dwight L. Davis. And as Mr. Davis is coming forward, I'd just like to thank everyone so far who has adhered to our time frame of 3 minutes. We really appreciate that. We have several people who have signed up for public comment, but the sign up period has closed. But everyone who has already signed up will be able to speak. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Council President Congo, members of Wilmington City Council, and citizens of the city of Wilmington. My name is Brother Dwight L. Davis, and I originally wanted to come to speak to specifically the issue of residency, and then I began to hear about the resolution with respect to the ongoing issue in Palestine. But it took me all the way back to 1968 when the city of Wilmington was under occupation by the federal authorities and remains under occupation even to today. I want to just briefly say a little something about power and the use of power. All of our city council and elected officials are sworn under oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of this United States, and they're sworn in on either a Bible and or Quran if they're Muslim or if they're Christian. Most who are Muslim and are Christian that swear an oath to uphold have never even read the Bible cover to cover, but they've sworn upon it. There are a lot of Muslims who have never read the Quran cover to cover. I just want to say and leave you with this, that all power comes from God. So instead of appealing to the elected officials, the president, and those who are in political parties, let's lift our hands up and call upon the Almighty God and ask for God to intervene into the affairs of men and women, because we cannot fight and defeat Satan by ourselves. We can only defeat Satan if Almighty God intervenes and gives us the power. It says in the Bible, it says, my people are called by my name. Huh? My time is up. And let me just say that all those that do evil, their time is up as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Holland Ralston Jr. Thank you for joining us, and please remember to introduce yourself.
Yes, thanks for having me. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Good evening, City Council members and others present. My name is Holland Ralston Jr. I ask that we take care of our communities. Please don't buy into the inferiority complex that Mayor Michael Przicki is sowing by saying blacks cannot fill his city jobs. Don't buy into the idea that we are not qualified to fill any of these available positions within this city. Mayor Michael Przicki is trying hard to promote his Anglo-Saxon superiority complex by saying we are too stupid and undisciplined to work for our city. Why hasn't the mayor stated his position in a public forum? Why hasn't he explained his reasoning behind the efforts to change the legal requirements of residency to the residents of Wilmington? Why hasn't he explained that to us? Isn't the mayor supposed to dialogue and work with city council? And shouldn't he listen to his constituents? Velda Jones Potter will be a mayor that will listen. The city of Wilmington is 60 to 70% black. In my estimation, the needs of the many blacks should outweigh the needs of the few whites and others. In our city, jobs are the stabilizing factor for food, clothing, and shelter securities. These are some of the reasons why the residency requirements must remain in place. If you really think about the idea of changing the residency requirements to include all of Newcastle County, it is a crazy idea because it would destabilize our city in more ways than one. I think that this would bring more federal dollars into the mayor's coffers for him and his cronies to do as they please, and that money would end up in their accounts and in their pockets.
You have 30 seconds.
And this has to be a motivating factor for his ridiculous idea, because in truth, this action would be implemented at the expense of hurting our city and hurting the residents of Wilmington. Keep our city residents' requirement in place as they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, council members, it is 7:30, so I'm going to accept the motion to extend public comment past 7:30.
Move a motion. Second. Second. I'll second.
So move.
So move.
Can I have a council member to move it, please?
Yeah, move, motion to extend the time, for public comment. Second.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and second to extend public comment past 7:30. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. At this time, we are going to go back to our virtual audience, WITN. Rahel Flickshine, are you still with us virtually? Rahel Flickshine?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Mr. President and council members. I am also a Wilmington citizen, and it's really an honor to be able to express my voice here with you on behalf of the entire Jewish community here in Delaware. There's been a question brought up of a ceasefire and a resolution to call for a ceasefire in Israel. But have you actually considered what that means? To put down arms, do you know what would happen next? Do you know what from the river to the sea means? It means the genocide of the Jewish nation, of every single man, woman, and child that lives right now between the river and sea, which includes Arabs and many international people. Imagine if this happened to you. It's 7 a.m. and someone enters into your room, into your home. He murders your mother, takes your very own baby, and burns him in your oven. Kidnaps your sister, rapes her, parades her around, and then goes and runs and hides in a playground with your sister behind him. No footage. You get to the playground and people tell you, "Oh, stop
Everyone,
attacking him.
please allow her to speak.
He's
Please-
hiding there.
please
There's
give
a
her that
child
respect to
there."
speak.
I said that, that's a lie.
And the child, and
Please allow her
as
to
you
speak. We're gonna give
tiptoe
everyone the respect to speak. Thank
around
you so much.
children,
You may continue.
as you tiptoe around the children in the playground, and you try to target that individual who has murdered and raped and killed your family, and you see the child standing in front of him, and you tell the child, "Move out of the way.
Please allow her to
Leave,
speak.
child."
Please allow her to speak. Please.
I hope that my
Please allow her
time
to
will be
speak.
extended because of the interruption.
Yes.
Will my
you
time
may
be
continue.
extended?
Please allow her to speak.
Thank you.
Please allow her to speak.
Thank you.
Did you need more time?
Yes, I do need more time.
Yes, you may continue.
The child is standing in front of this person,
Ma'am, hold
and
on
you
one
try
second.
to
Hold on one
target.
second, please. Hold on one second. Please allow her to speak.
Yeah.
I know that you may not agree, but please give her the respect to voice her opinion. We're going to give everyone an equal opportunity to speak, so please allow her to speak. Thank you so much. You may continue.
You tiptoe around the playground and you try to target him specifically. And as you finally shoot clearly, he takes the child that you told to run away and pulls him in front of the bullet so it hits the child before it hits him, while he's still holding your sister hostage. Compassion of human life? Do you know that the Red Cross has not been allowed, the International Red Cross has not been allowed to see the 240 hostages, a 9-month-old baby, a 3-year-old who saw his parents murdered
Yeah,
before
30 seconds.
an elderly woman, many that are in their 70s, 80s, that these people are being held hostages and nobody cares? How could you talk about human life? The Palestinian lives matter more to the Israelis than to the Hamas terrorist organization that's internationally recognized as such, who block their people from leaving a war zone by blocking the refugee area from their citizens getting there, who put their headquarters in hospitals behind the sick while Israelis are bringing their
that is
own
your time,
baby
ma'am.
incubators into the hospital to
Ma'am,
save
your
their
time
children.
is up, ma'am.
I want to say we should free Palestine from Hamas. Free Palestine from Hamas and do not allow a ceasefire for the sake of humanity. Thank you.
Please refrain from shouting out. Please refrain from that. Thank you. That is your time, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
welcome.
Please oppose the ceasefire at all costs for human life.
WITN, do we have another virtual public comment speaker? Mason Anderson, are you still with us virtually?
Yes, I am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Darby, for introducing this resolution to call for a ceasefire. I'm here as a resident of Wilmington to voice my support for this resolution. I think it's very ironic to call for anything other than a ceasefire if you support human life. Over 11,000 Palestinians have been murdered over the past 40 days, and over 4,000 of them being children. And likely there's more people under the rubble of their homes that were bombed. In Gaza, children are writing their names on their limbs so that they can be identified if they become unrecognizable. Doctors are performing surgeries with no anesthesia. Every morning I wake up and I hear that more people have been killed using our tax dollars. Not only this, but Biden is proud of it. Not only does Biden and his administration represent the United States, but Biden represents Delaware. As a Delawarean, I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed. The people of Delaware have made our voices clear. As has been said, we march by Biden's house to tell him. And we demand that you call for a ceasefire. It's been said so far, and I'd like to remind you that you represent us, and we've been very clear that we'd like a ceasefire. So call for one with us. How do you want future generations to look at you on the decisions that you made? Do you want your name on the list of people who support genocide? Every 15 minutes in Gaza, a child is killed. Whole families have been wiped out. Think of your family, your kids, your neighbors, and the people of Delaware when you vote for this bill. Thank you again, Councilwoman Darby, for introducing this resolution, and thank you for hearing me speak.
Thank you. We're going to return back to those who are in council chambers. Rochelle Wilson. Thank you for joining us, and please introduce yourself. Please be careful once you step to the podium.
Peace and grace to all of my council representatives and to everyone in the audience, as well as our virtual listeners. My heart goes out to all of this war, this whole thing with Israel and Palestinians. It's been going on since the days of the Bible, and it's a doggone shame. I'm so sad that it's happening. But I've got to say, honestly, you know, there are things happening right here in Wilmington that need to be addressed. So as much as my heart and my prayers go out, and I'm always going to support Sinead Darby because she comes up with brilliant ideas. So yeah, let's cease fire. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we got to fix some stuff that's happening right here, right now. Not just residency, but I just read a flyer that's going on that says the city of Wilmington was rated 16th. We are the worst city in the United States of America to live in. That's hard to believe when I think of Atlanta and California and some other places. But that's sad. Our education needs to be, you know, people are graduating. I think they said it's 16% or something. I don't remember the numbers exactly. Whatever it is, it's not good. So as much as my heart goes out to Israel and to the Palestinians, because it's still human life, regardless of what nationality you are, human life is human life. So yeah, I want to cease the fire. But can we fix some issues here in Delaware? Right here in Wilmington first? Thank you. I'm Rochelle Wilson. Make some intelligent noise.
Thank you. Next we have Dion Wilson. Dion Wilson.
Good evening, City Council President and members.
Good evening.
Much to my chagrin, those people that aren't here, that should be here, it's a shame. Now, I don't know if that camera can show those people that are being virtual, all the people sitting out here. We are the public. We are the one that pays your salary. And we pay the mayor's salary too. And we're getting nothing back for it, but ridicule and deceit. I'm the one that put the format about the Wilmington being the 13th worst nation, 16th worst in the United States. It wasn't done by me. It was done by an international group known as the World Population Review. There's several things on here, like too many to read, but I would like to read one part that says it happens in Wilmington. Political corruption and mismanagement. The city has been marred by political scandals involving mayors, council members, police chiefs, and other officials. Issues like nepotism, bribery, embezzlement, abuse of power, and lack of accountability have eroded public trust in the city's leadership and government. And that's where we are right now. No trust. Why would we? Why should we? This mayor has been here for 7 years. His topic has been gentrification for 7 years. He's using residency as a tool to destroy the city. He's built all these houses, but yet no one's living in them. I just rode down Bennett Street today. The city has torn down all of its vacant houses. There's nothing there. That one block. And if I count over 20 million that's going to that one block. That's the most expensive block in the city of Wilmington, probably. One block of houses, that's all they got built. All right? We have a budget here. Our budget is using fines and fees and taxes to manage it. And yet we're the corporate capital and the chemical capital of the world. Doesn't any of that money reach our people? Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. Believe me, something is wrong. The poverty, the neglect I see in this city, and all the money comes through here, something is wrong. Something is afoot. And the city council members, the ones that aren't here, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Because I know why you're not here. Because you want to vote the wrong way. You want to vote with an unpopular mayor. You want to vote on an unpopular subject. Why would you want to take money out of the city that you live in? Why would you want to hurt the city that you live in? Why would you want to take jobs out of the city that you're living in? If you want to build a city. You have a city to build a city. Buildings are not a city, people are. Look at the Sphinxes, no one's there. There's a lot of ghost towns. People make a city, not buildings. This mayor has done nothing for the people, will never do nothing for the people, and these council members that aren't here, you're not either. So we're gonna vote you out. We're gonna vote you out now. We're gonna get rid of you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to return to our virtual audience, WITN. Rebecca Brown, are you still with us virtually? Rebecca Brown. Rebecca Brown.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Of course. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rebecca. Since October the 7th, over 14,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, many of which are children. Over 3,000 people are missing under the rubble. And these people are human beings, just like you and I. They have a right to live and to live in peace. At this 40-day mark, calling for a ceasefire is the bare minimum. At this point, you are either pro-humanity or pro-genocide. There is no in-between. And though everyone would like to believe that they're pro-humanity, we see just how wicked people are in this meeting itself with the previous comment asking that we not call for a ceasefire. We need to put an end to the bloodshed of innocent people, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaiah, are you still with us virtually? Isaiah? Isaiah?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Good evening, Council President, council members, and attendees. My name is Isaiah Gonzalez. I'm a 27-year-old Puerto Rican American born and raised here in Wilmington. I would like to make a comment on the resolution supporting a ceasefire in Palestine. Firstly, I would like to note that I'm a first-generation Muslim coming from a Christian household. So if there's one thing that I've learned from all aspects of both religions, is that love for one another and all fellow human beings is fundamental. The situation that is unfolding in Palestine is truly disturbing and goes against these fundamentals and what we believe in as Americans. We speak of freedom and equality, but yet we turn a blind eye when it occurs in Palestine because of American political interest with Israel and not the majority of citizens' interest who call for a ceasefire. So I strongly suggest that you vote with this resolution and bring about a ceasefire in Palestine and stand on the right side of history. Thank you so much for your time, and I yield the rest of mine.
All right, thank you. Next, we have in council chambers, Mr. Jakim Mohammed. Jakim Mohammed.
All right. I'm back here again. My name is Jakim Mohammed. Peace and blessings to all. Shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Listen, I'm here to talk about the Wilmington residency again, and it seems like we keep going over the same old, same old. I am thankful for the 5 city council members that are here today that have shown courage to be in front of the public that put them in office. The others have not shown any courage. In fact, let me just give you this. I am so tired in our city, and I live in a 19801 area code, which I'm proud to live in. I live in the planet of Dunleaf, and we are a Wilmington address. But I will tell you this, I am disappointed with so many of these Negro puppets on this city council. I am so disappointed with so many of these Negro managers that have been doing the same thing. Now the black, and I'm going to say it, the black Delaware Black Commission is tired of your sellouts. We are tired. The 9 of us that are on this commission that are a think and do tank will think and do things to get you out of office. But more important, let me just give you peace and love. And I started off with shalom and assalamu alaikum. I'm going to give you nothing but peace and love right now. Get rid of this. We have a law. Let's keep the law as it is. If you want to work here, you should live here. And that's just point. Now, I'm going to give one more thing to a brother that was earlier that said something about power. This is exactly what it is. It is exactly what it is. This is about power. They're trying to take away your power here in the city of Wilmington. And thank God that there are some people on this city council that are not Negro puppets, that are not Negro managers, that are not dingleberries, that are not cronies, and that are not sellouts. The rest of you that are, and you know who you are, and there's a couple of them that were never elected. They were appointed by this council that's doing all. There's one on here, and I'm not going to say his name because that's not what we're here to do. But you are 6'3", 6'3" piece of disappointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Scott Spencer. Scott Spencer. Thank you for joining us. Please remember to introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm Scott Spencer, Chief Operating Officer of Ameristar Rail. Good evening, Mr. President, council members, and all the citizens in this room and on Zoom land. I have to say, Council President Congo, unfortunately, I have nothing controversial to say here this evening. I'm here to discuss the Wilmington Trolley City Link to link Wilmington's past, present, and future by trolley. This was announced yesterday during my testimony before Governor Carney's Office of Management and Budget hearings for DelDOT, before WMAPCO, and I'll be meeting with DART officials tomorrow. But it's really good news for the city because it helps improve the city's freedom of mobility for all residents, workers, and visitors. A great way to bring the city together. So the Wilmington Trolley City Link will provide Wilmington residents, workers, and visitors with a car-free, zero-emission rail transit link connecting downtown Wilmington offices, residents, hotels, theaters, shops, and restaurants with the attractions and residents of the riverfront via the Amtrak SEPTA train station. And then there'll be a branch for special event and weekend service out through Brandywine Park to the zoo. And unlike the original streetcar system, there'll be no overhead ugly wires. It's battery electric technology. But what's really important about how this can lift the city up, we need this because we need to find ways to future-proof the city from inevitable economic downturns that we'll face. And there's too much vacancy even as you go through the city right now. And the vacancy pulls at me because it means those are people that aren't in those jobs, bringing the city together, bringing money home to their families, making housing more affordable. And a trolley does that. I did it in Jersey City with Hudson Bergen Light Rail Transit System. It lifted up and created so much in that city and in Hoboken. it can happen on a smaller scale here in Wilmington. And to make this accessible for everybody, I propose that in the Del Dot budget, they provide subsidies, operating subsidies, along with corporate sponsorships, because there's a lot of corporations that love Wilmington. They can give the love back with some operating subsidy sponsorships so that it's a fair, free trolley, so people can hop on and hop off throughout the city, bringing the city together. So I just wanted to announce this good news that will bring Wilmington and lift us up, bring us together in great ways that we know is great about this city. So I thank you all for your time. Thank you for the council.
Thank you. And next, we are going to return to our virtual audience, WITN. Marty Flickstein. Marty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so regarding a ceasefire, on October 6th, there was a ceasefire. As of October 7th, Hamas ended the ceasefire. Hamas has proudly announced that there will be as many October 7ths as necessary until Israel is wiped off of the map. It's literally in the Hamas charter. It's in their charter to kill every Jew, man, woman, and child throughout not just Israel, but throughout the world. On October 7th, they did their part to try by barbarically murdering, raping, and beheading every Jew, from babies to elders and everybody in between, literally baking babies in ovens in front of their parents, taking innocent babies. Excuse me.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Please stop. Please stop the time. WITN. Thank you. We're going to allow everyone to speak. We have to be respectful. I know there are different opinions, but we have to allow everybody to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. Publicly raping women and celebrating this in the streets. Since when is this okay?
What are you talking about?
Sir, please.
What is going on here?
Sir, you can't keep disrupting. I'm trying to be patient with you, but you can't keep doing that. That's not fair.
Well, God, I'm going to hit them lies about the Muslims.
Okay, I'm not kicking you out, but please be respectful.
They want the rest of the here bringing on white people like they did before they get baptized.
Sir, if you want to give public comment, you'll be able to give public comment.
All this game.
All right, thank you.
Man, you act like y'all ain't from Africa. Got these Negroes sitting up in
Thank you for exposing. Thank you for exposing yourself, sir.
The Palestinians.
Sir.
Don't look at me like that.
Sir.
It's my homeland.
We're going to give you a time to speak if you'd like to give public comment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll do that.
All right, thank you. But please refrain from yelling.
No doubt about it.
You may continue, sir.
Taking innocent babies, children, women, and elderly as hostages and keeping them. Since when is it okay to kidnap innocent people? Every Western country in the world has a right to defend itself. Are innocent children dying? Yes. Is it painful when every Palestinian child dies? Yes. Is there always collateral damage in any war? Yes. Regarding the numbers of how many civilians have been killed, all of the numbers are being provided by Hamas. Since when do we trust the facts that terrorists themselves are providing? In World War II, when Britain attacked the Nazi regime, did more Germans die than Brits? Of course. But would anybody claim that the Brits were wrong in eradicating the Nazis once and for all? Of course not. Hamas is purposely embedding itself amongst its own people. Is Israel doing everything in its power to prevent as many civilian deaths in the history of any army in the world? Yes. Never in the history of the world has an army given warning to the civilians before they bomb. But of course, Hamas is getting in the way, not allowing them to leave, planting themselves in hospitals and in schools. Just today, tons of missiles were found in the under storage of a young Palestinian child. There can be peace only when Hamas loves their own children as much as they hate Israel. 20% of Israel's population is Arab and enjoy the highest places in Israeli society. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have working permits to go into Israel daily to join the workforce. Talk about peace.
You have 10
what would
seconds.
happen if
You
any
have 10
Jew would
seconds.
go into Gaza for any reason? How about women's rights? How about LGBTQ rights? They would be beheaded if they stepped into Gaza. So no ceasefire until Hamas is eradicated. Free Gaza from Hamas. No ceasefire. God
Please allow
bless
me
the
to control
IDF.
the meeting,
God
please,
bless
in the time.
Israel.
Please allow-
Bring the
Your
hostages
time
home.
is up.
Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Thank you.
She wants to hear about it.
All right, so listen, we have to let everybody speak. I know that, yes, we have to let everybody speak. They came here, they signed up, we have to give them that respect. I understand you have different opinions, but I can't stop anyone from speaking. That's not fair. So please work with me. Thank you so much.
And notice how nobody interrupted you when you spoke. It just exposes you that you know what you're
WITN.
saying is a lie.
WITN? WITN? Who's our next public commenter from Zoom? That's okay. Sharia Parikh, are you still with us? Sharia Parikh.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Shreya Parekh, and I'm here to speak in support of the ceasefire. While Thanksgiving is coming, I have to think, what can I be thankful for? That my tax dollars and my representatives are aiding and abetting a genocide in Palestine right now. My tax dollars, all of our tax dollars, in fact, are being used to kill Palestinian families, to displace Palestinians, to kill their kids. And we're here silent. Our representatives are silent. What do I have to be thankful for? To the person who proposed that hypothetical about Israeli civilians, that is the reality in Palestine. Palestinian kids are being killed. They're being orphaned. Cats, animals are dying if you care about animal rights. So why haven't we done anything? Who is opposing a ceasefire? There has never been a ceasefire. Since 1948, for 75 years, Palestinian people have been under the oppression, unequivocally under the oppression of the Israeli military. And for those who are wondering, what does a ceasefire, what does a genocide have to do here in Delaware, in Wilmington, in the United States? Well, the Israeli military has been known to be training the police officers in the United States. It would be no shock that the Wilmington Police Department also uses those same tactics that the Israeli military is using right now to suppress Palestinians. So yes, a call to ceasefire, a support to ceasefire, not only puts us on the right side of history, not only does it end an apartheid state in Palestine right now, but it's one step closer to ending the racist political state, the racist political police state in the United States. Who opposes a ceasefire? Who opposes to saving civilians, saving innocent people? And that's why, as someone who is a first-gen American, someone with roots in colonization, I have nothing to do but stand in solidarity with my Palestinian brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next in council chambers, we have Josh Schoenberg. Thank you for joining us, and please be careful when you come up to the microphone, and please remember to introduce yourself.
Mr. President, honorable council members, good evening. My name is Josh Schoenberg, and I am the co-chair of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Delaware. We understand the emotions behind calls for a ceasefire. No one wants more suffering of bloodshed, and we mourn the loss of all innocent life. We do not understand why the Wilmington City Council is spending this limited precious time discussing international relations when the city of Wilmington work is in its
Please allow him to speak. Please allow him to
That
speak.
being said, it is worth to note that, again, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. Then, on October 7th, Hamas fighters in Gaza broke the ceasefire invaded Israel and brutally murdered, raped, beheaded, burned, and defiled an estimated 1,400 people, mostly Jews, but also others from over 18 countries, including Arabs and Muslims, resulting in the worst act of violence against Jews since the Holocaust. Hamas has unequivocally stated through its own leadership throughout the world that they do not want a ceasefire and hope to mimic the actions of October 7th again and again and again. In addition, we must not forget Hamas kidnapped an estimated 240 people, Jewish and non-Jewish, from more than 30 countries,
Please
including
allow him to
Americans
speak.
who are still being held captive in the tunnels and the dirt in Gaza. When the majority of people here calls for a ceasefire, they just want the firing to stop. We understand that. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Calling for a ceasefire now will only embolden Hamas, a brutal terrorist organization that started a war that Israel did not want. The ceasefire will condone Hamas's regime ruling Gaza, and countless civilians will continue to be slaughtered
Please stop.
due to
Please,
Hamas tactics.
hold on 1 second, please, Mr. Please allow him to speak. I'm going to give everybody who signed up an opportunity to speak. Please be respectful. Please, thank you.
We continue to slaughter due to Hamas's tactics, including Palestinians. If Hamas fighters never attacked on October 7th and violated the existing ceasefire, we would not be sitting here right now discussing a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Plain and simple.
You have 30
The
seconds.
Jewish community has stood shoulder to shoulder with leaders in this community for civil rights, women's rights, LGBTQ+ rights, Black Lives Matter, and the Women's March, just to name a few. All we are asking is that this community stand with us in our time of need, as we have stood with all of you,
That's your time, sir.
calling for a ceasefire to perpetuate.
Hold on. Before we move forward, if anyone wants to have a discussion with somebody, have it in the lobby. You cannot do that here. Be fair to everybody that's here. No, please have it in the lobby. Please do not do that in council chambers. That's not fair. If you're going to have a discussion with anybody who have a difference of opinion, please have it in the lobby. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Karen, I'm sorry, your last name is Igou. Thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name's Karen Igo. Now I'm mad. Thought I was going to cry. Now I'm pissed. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Councilwoman Darby, for having us here to support this resolution. There has not been a ceasefire in Palestine. There has been on average one Palestinian killed every day this year. The people in Gaza live in an open air prison. Every move they make is monitored by the government of Israel. The government of America has given Israel almost $160 billion since 1948. If that is not enough to keep them safe, I don't know what to say about that. So that's what I'll say back to the person who was a Zionist who just left, because being a Zionist is not the same as being Jewish. Okay? I'm gonna try not to be shaken. I am in support of this resolution. I hope council will please be in support of this resolution. When I call my U.S. legislators, as I do every day, I demand they call for a ceasefire in Palestine, release of Israeli hostages by Hamas, and Palestinian prisoners by Israel, most of whom are women and children, and liberation for Palestine. The persecution of Jews is unacceptable. All genocide is unacceptable. The government of Israel is insane, and our government is backing it. I'm disgusted by my tax dollars going towards revenge, ego-driven genocide by madmen propped up for American imperialism and racism. I am disgusted by supporting a country that holds brown people in open-air prisons allows them no rights. I stand with the Jews that are calling for a ceasefire. The events committed by Hamas on 10/7 were horrific, and they would be the focus right now if Israel had not responded with the war crimes of collective punishment, forced removal, and targeting civilians. Even if there is truly found to be Hamas infrastructure under Al-Shifa Hospital where thousands have sheltered that have nowhere else to go, in addition to those that are in there for care, the Geneva Convention prohibits putting military action over civilian life. I should not have to explain why genocide is wrong. Please join the call for a ceasefire. Please educate yourself. Don't just listen to Western media. They'll make you think this is super complicated. It's not. Genocide is wrong. War is wrong. War begets war. Violence begets violence. Please look further than mainstream media. It is not hard to decide that genocide is wrong.
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. All genocide. Indigenous peoples that were genocided here. Sudan happening right now. There's more. Nazi Germany. We know what genocide looks like, and it looks like this, and it's not okay. We can't get anywhere until we have a ceasefire, and then we get Palestinian liberation, and enough with treating these people like dogs. Thank you so much for your time. Please.
And WITN, do we have any more virtual public comment? Jamila Davy. Jamila Davy. Are you still with us? Jamila Davy.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, President Congo. I want to thank Councilmember Darby for introducing this resolution calling for the ceasefire in Gaza. I want to echo some of the points that have been said tonight. I know we're in the middle of the conflict, so it's difficult to verify all the numbers of casualties, but I'm looking at the Washington Post that says 11,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th, and that's 1 in 200 people, 1 in every 200 people. And we know that, a great number of those are women and children. I'm reading that half of the population has been displaced and that half of Gaza's housing has been destroyed. And it's a very painful topic because it's one around which there is incredible amount of silence. And of course, and I want to also echo this perspective, that I'm a peace-loving person that loves all humanity and wishes for peace for all humans wherever they exist. And so in calling for the ceasefire, it is in my belief that it is what is in the interests of all human beings for the future of any possibility of peace. I want to echo that while I agree, I mourn the loss of life of Israeli civilians on this attack in October. I also have to acknowledge that Palestinian lives have been, we haven't been hearing about them. There's an amazing blackout in the media and among our public officials to fail to speak up on these matters again and again. And I understand that there's two resolutions that I want to support tonight. I hope that we keep the residency requirement, and I hope that we get those $25 parking tickets. So, hoping for those things to go through on the agenda. But rarely do we get a chance to speak out on where our tax dollars are going. So as has been spoken, I think it's been about $3.8 billion in military aid this year, and some like $120 billion since the 1940s. And I think the amount for this year represents 10% of the Israeli military budget. And we have our political leaders sending whatever military aid Israel needs to continue the bombardment. So this isn't something that's overseas. This is on us. We are responsible for this, for maybe 1 in 10 of these deaths.
Yeah,
that's on us. This is for us to do. This is not without a context. Gazans they don't have control of their borders. They have been under a blockade. Israel officially as a state treats Palestinians as a demographic problem, and they are subject to apartheid
10
policies.
seconds.
They're subject to the loss of their property. They're not allowed freedom of movement, and they're held in prisons. There's some 4,000 in prisons right now that have no charges, including women and children.
That is
So
your
I
time,
hope
ma'am.
you will consider the resolution, and good luck on residency and those parking tickets.
Thank you. WITN, our next virtual speaker. Our next virtual speaker is Mark Piva. Einat Gutman. Einat Gutman, are you still with us virtually? Okay. Einat Gutman is with us in council chambers, WITN. Sumia Manikonda. Okay, she's also here in person. Lisa Emerson. Lisa Emerson, are you still with us virtually?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. I'm a lifelong city resident and I've lived in the 6th district for 42 years. I have a parent who is retired and worked for the city for 30 years, and my partner is a past city employee of 13 years. My ties to the city run deep. I myself am a public servant. I've worked for the state for 16 years. That being said, it seems people who are complaining about the residency requirement being lifted are not necessarily the ones who are applying for the jobs. The only thing that may set them apart from qualified applicants is their city address. And as we've already heard this evening, some who have a city address don't even really live in the city. If you want to fill jobs with qualified applicants, it shouldn't matter where an individual lives. Take, for example, the law department. We want good lawyers to work for us. But someone who has an established residence in Hockessin for 20 years isn't going to want to apply for a job to work in the city, uproot a family, and pull their kids out of schools who, let's be realistic, are better than city schools. Council and my fellow constituents, we need to think of the bigger picture, and not that our friend, cousin, or neighbor should simply get a job because they're a city resident. Your qualifications should supersede where you lay your head at night. If you want to continue to have vacant positions and hire people who are not qualified simply because they live in the city, then we should continue this practice. But if we want the city to succeed, and I think that everyone who has spoken tonight, that is our goal, we need to stop being petty and look at a pool of applicants that we're ignoring because they're not city residents. I think we all need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a compromise, or jobs will remain vacant and filled with unqualified applicants, and council won't have anyone to blame but themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. At WITN, is Mark Piva still with us virtually? Oh, he's okay, you're here. Okay, I'll call you on you soon. All right, we're going to go back to those who are in council chambers. Carol Moore. Thank you for joining us, and please be careful as you come to the podium, and please remember to introduce yourself. I'll give you a friendly 30-second reminder when your time is almost up.
Hi, my name is Carol Moore. I've been a peace activist since Vietnam War, on and off. I lived in D.C. for 32 years where I was in lots of protests. against all the things Israel was doing, and helped organize some of the original protests against AIPAC. And pretty soon the big groups took it over, and for about 7 or 8 years they were getting, 1,500 people. When I came in there talking about the corruption, and the first thing I noticed when I got on the bus was, I got off the bus, I'm trying to find this place. I says, where the heck are the street signs? What's the matter with this place? So, but the corruption, it's at the top, it's at the bottom. I was a war tax resistor really for 40 years, and I started paying again when I inherited some money. Now I feel like I'm going to have to stop paying it again. But, they say, oh, well, this isn't relevant. Now I'll get what I wrote. When I see bombed out Gaza, sure, I think of the lives lost, the ethnic cleansing and the genocide, but I also think all of Israel and Palestine will look like Gaza after the big nuclear war that's coming, because it's inevitable. How many times has Russia threatened to nuke us in the last year and a half? And Israel has the Samson option. If they ever feel they're losing too much, they're going to nuke a lot of people, and a lot of people are going to nuke them back. Of course, after all the dust clears, what's going to happen is some of the few 100,000 Muslims who are the survivors will go to the ruins of Jerusalem and make sure nobody else lives there ever again. So that's not a win. So the Samson option is not a win. And it's not going to destroy all humanity. It's only going to destroy about half of it. When I see bombed out Gaza, I also think if they don't nuke the port of Wilmington, how messed up will my apartment in Price's Corner be when they lob that 2-megaton bomb at the Philadelphia Navy Yard? Well, all the windows are going to be blown out, maybe a few walls too, and I'm sure some of the buildings in the complex are going to burn. And the big nuclear war probably will happen by accident. This morning, I actually asked Microsoft Bing, give me a list of all the accidental nuclear wars that almost occurred. It answered, during the Cold War, there were only almost 150 accidental nuclear wars that almost occurred. Now, today we have hot wars. The European crisis is because of the U.S. poking the Russian bear, and now the U.S. and Israel is really pissing off the Arabs, the Muslims, and the Russian bear.
You have 15 seconds.
So, yeah, I think nuclear war is relevant, and I think it's time that we all start living in reality, because that's where we're going. And it could be 24, 25, we'll see.
Thank you. Next we have Amna Rose Abdel Rahman. All right, thank you. My apologies. Please introduce yourself, and please be careful when you come up to the podium, and I'll give you a friendly reminder when you have 30 seconds left.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Amna Rose. I'm a Palestinian American, here to be a voice for those silenced. War. Just 3 letters. It does not even begin to scratch the surface of the devastation that it represents. My heart is bleeding. Bodies upon bodies, my heart drowns in the mourning of the innocent souls being ripped away from us. 40 fake children, and the world lost its mind. But yet over 4,500 real children killed, and the world stays silent. Your silence is betrayal. Your silence is complicit. Your silence is cowardly. Your silence is inhumane, and your silence is murder. Watching what's happening in Palestine behind a screen in the comfort of my own home is a guilt felt like no other. Palestine has changed our hearts forever. The way I see this temporary world, I no longer desire for materialism. Breathing clean air has become a luxury. Having 2 legs has become a luxury. Clean water has become a luxury. And Advil has become a luxury. Just the peace of knowing that a bomb is not gonna fall on my head at any given moment is a luxury. The brutality and savagery we are witnessing in front of our very eyes are of such an extreme and unprecedented nature that even the greatest of literacy figures would find it nearly impossible to put into words the sheer horror and inhumanity that is taking place. The indifference toward one community is absolutely absurd. the thousands of innocent lives being taken away from us, and over 1.5 million left displaced. And I am not just emphasizing on the physical displacement, I am also addressing the mental and emotional displacement that will never return to its original state. This is not a war against religion, this is a war against humanity. In the midst of all the misleading news, the propaganda, and the humanitarian lies, it is so important that we use our voice to spread the truth. Throughout history, Palestinians have been brutally expelled from their homes and land, including my own grandparents. My grandmother died a refugee, dreaming to a one-day free Palestine, where she could once again breathe the air of the land she so rightfully deserved to breathe. Zionism will not outlive humanity. It was not okay in South Africa. It was not okay in Nazi Germany. So why is it okay in Palestine? Do not call it a conflict when children playing on the street are murdered. Do not call it a war when one side has $1 billion ammunition stockpile funded by the US and the other has nothing but resilience. Call it for what it is: ethnic cleansing, occupation, discrimination, and genocide. This is years of war crimes, colonialism, and apartheid. Today, we fight back.
You have 10 seconds.
We fight back sorry, give me a second. We go to the end of my speech.
Take your time.
I stand here demanding not only for a ceasefire on Gaza, but for you to stand on the right side of history. The Palestinian genocide will be in our history books and is a stain to humanity. Free Palestine. Thank you.
WITN, our next virtual speaker, please. Tamim Hussein, are you still with us virtually?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamim Hussein. I'm a pediatrician here in Delaware, serving the patients of Wilmington. I'm commenting on the resolution regarding a ceasefire. 4,609. That is the number of children as of the last time I checked that have been killed in Gaza. Some previous speakers have cast doubt on that number. It is a number trusted by the World Health Organization, who has repeatedly supported the numbers put out by the health ministry in Gaza. That would be equivalent to 1 of every 4 of our children here in Wilmington dying in the span of 1 month. As a pediatrician in training, I dedicate my time to learn how to care for our most vulnerable patients here in Wilmington. We put innumerable amounts of time and effort into understanding the value of a single child's life. And anytime we lose any one of our patients, we have extensive time and effort taken to support those who have witnessed such an event. And I mention that all to tell you that this is happening dozens of times daily as we speak currently in Gaza. We're told that the children dying are being used as human shields. Even if we take such a claim at face value, who amongst us sitting in the room or virtually would justify the killing of a child or a baby, even in such circumstances? In any case, the images of leveled apartment buildings, damaged hospitals, and starving children seem to belie a much deeper disregard for the lives of Palestinian children than simply collateral damage. I reject assertions by previous speakers that these children must be killed for some sort of higher moral objective. If killing children is the cost you're willing to pay for your higher moral objective, you likely should question the entire moral standing of your project in the first place. For me, the past 4 weeks have informed us of a very clear choice. You either want the killing of children to stop or you don't. There is a clear path towards stopping it, and that is a ceasefire. There's a clear path towards the killing of children and babies continuing, and that is silence, or even worse, complicity with the ongoing atrocities. We need to stop the killing of the children and babies. I urge you all to support the resolution for a ceasefire and demonstrate that the lives of children are a priority of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Salma, are you still with us virtually? Salma?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
No problem. My name is Salma Abdigani. I would like to have a few words about this current situation in Palestine. I'd like to urge the council members to consider how many dead bodies do we have to see? How many parents have to hold up their dead babies so that they can prove to the world that they're going through an entire genocide and ethnic cleansing of their peoples and community? We all know the names of all the murdered people. There has been a list that's been put out by the Ministry of Health from Gaza. And yet there is no proof of the Israeli allegation of rape or beheading. It has been debunked by every fact-checking source. For those who deny a call for a ceasefire, I just want you to consider your hypotheticals about what will happen in Israel if a ceasefire happens. Is the actual reality of people on the ground in Gaza right now. All these hypotheticals about ending the occupation, the liberation of Palestine, and what it will mean for others who live in Israel, that is merely a projection of the war crimes that Israel is actively committing against Palestinians. They know that their position right now is dependent on the violence they enact on generations, lineages that have been wiped out off of the surface of the earth. That in itself is an admission and a confession of the genocide that Israel is committing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Piva. And thank you for joining us. Please be careful when you come to the podium. I'll give you a friendly reminder when you have 30 seconds left. Your time frame is 3 minutes. And please remember to introduce yourself. Thank you.
President Congo, thank you very much for hosting this public forum. And all of you who here, as a comedian once said, this is a pretty rough house for someone wearing a yarmulke. I'll try to put this as simply as I can. I didn't come with prepared statement. I visited the area of Sderot, right opposite Gaza City, gosh, maybe 15 years ago. And a woman there told us that when she came with her husband, right before the Oslo Accords, around 4 or 5 years before, that her husband was a farmer. And he would go out into the fields with the other farmers, and the Muslim Arab farmers from Gaza City would come out, and they would have their lunches together under the trees near the border. She said in those days, there was no fence. It was all open. And people came to know each other as people. It wasn't Jews and Muslims, they were farmers. So they talked about farming and they talked about their families. And they found they had a lot in common. And over the years, they started going to weddings and birthday parties. And then came the Oslo Accords. And with the Oslo Accords, which are high-minded, came something different. A fence came up with barbed wire. It was when Yasser Arafat came back from Crete with his army. And very shortly, there was no more visiting and shopping in each other's stores. There was no more farming next to the fence. There were landmines. And then there started being rockets coming, unfortunately, from Gaza City. And the Gazans would call the Jews in Israel and say, were you okay? Were you hurt? And then Israel started retaliating. And they called and said the same thing, because they knew each other as people. Now, that's just a reality that very few people have heard about. And I appreciate you listening to my true story. I witnessed this. I put this even on YouTube, this interesting story. So to sort of come back to today,
30 seconds.
the terrible thing is that there is an organization that succeeded Yasser Arafat that if you take the time, read its charter. I'm not going to say it says this and that. You read it. See what it says the mission is. And then you'll understand why Israel is doing what it's doing. Thank you. You almost restrained yourself. It was commendable.
Thank you. Next we have Einat. Einat, are you still with us? Next we have Sumia. Sumia, are you still with us? Yeah, she may come forward. Thank you for joining us, and please introduce yourself, and I'll give you a friendly 30-second reminder.
Sure, thank you.
The time is almost up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilwoman Darby, for the introduction of the resolution for a ceasefire. My name is Somia Manikunda. I am a practicing pediatrician. I have lived in Delaware for about 4.5 years now. And if it is not made obvious at this point, I am calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The statistics are probably not news, as many people have previously already stated, that there have been over 11,000 deaths in Palestine, including over 4,000 children. And that's not even counting the numerous neonates in the neonatal ICU in Al-Shifa Hospital that have run out of fuel, oxygen support, incubator support, which is heartbreaking as a pediatrician to even fathom. That is a reality for so many families and so many children across the sea. If we care about equality, if we care at all about humanity and about the sanctity of life, if we care about quelling Islamophobia, about quelling anti-Semitism, if we care even about the safe release of hostages, then that calls for an immediate ceasefire. It's unfathomable that I'm hearing terminology in the news that the deaths happening across the sea are called as collateral damage. That is purely dehumanizing to the multiple innocent lives lost. And if we care at all about the oppressed, we would scream from the rooftops about a ceasefire. I'm disgusted that our hard-earned tax dollars are being sent by the billions to fund this type of genocide across the sea, when we know in Wilmington, but not just in Wilmington, but across our nation, that we struggle to get food on the table. We struggle for affordable housing. We struggle for getting jobs to the people that deserve them and need them to get all of this on the table and in their homes. That we struggle to get affordable health care to our individuals of this nation and of Wilmington City. I've seen that it's getting harder and harder to get blood pressure medication, to get insulin, to get albuterol and other life-saving medications to children and adults in our own community next door.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Thank you. But yet we're okay with sending billions of dollars to fund something so inhumane and unjust. Please, please call your representatives every single day if it means it, multiple times a day. It is free and legal to pester your government every day. Call for a ceasefire now. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Thank you. WITN. Dawn Moore, are you still with us virtually?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dawn Moore. I am a mother, midwife, nurse practitioner, and resident of Wilmington for the last 12 years. As a mother, I empathize with the anguish felt by parents in Gaza, who, like any of us, desire a safe and nurturing environment for their children to grow. The current genocide has senselessly taken the lives of thousands of their sweet, innocent babies and children. As a mother, my heart breaks for the thousands of children who've had to watch their families murdered and who are now left alone in this world as traumatized orphans. As a midwife, I'm disgusted knowing how many pregnant individuals and their fetuses are suffering irreparable trauma at the hands of the Israeli government. Access to essential maternal health and childcare services have been completely obliterated. It is unfathomable that C-sections are being performed without anesthesia in a last-ditch effort to save lives, despite knowing that those mothers and babies have an incredibly high chance of dying in the days that follow postpartum due to hemorrhage, infection, dehydration, or even more likely, weapons funded by our tax dollars. As a nurse practitioner, I'm wildly in awe of the strength and perseverance of fellow healthcare workers in Gaza who've fought around the clock for the last 38 days to try to save lives. Over 200 healthcare workers have been killed by the Israeli forces since October 7th while just doing their jobs. As a resident of Wilmington, I'm here to support Sinead Darby's resolution for immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rachel Sugarman, if you're still with us virtually, please raise your hand. Rachel Sugarman. Okay, WITN, who's next? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me tonight. I just wanted to point out I am against the ceasefire for Gaza only because the ceasefire now will be a continual fire moving forward. I really believe in a free Palestine, a Palestine that is free from terrorists, free from Hamas, who really don't care about their own people. Why would anyone want to live in such a situation? Who brought this upon their people? Billions of dollars of aid given, and they put it into buying missiles and creating 800 miles of tunnels for weaponry. Instead of giving it to their own people and helping to build a proper city, they oppress their own people. They don't deserve to be terrorized any longer. We need to free Palestine from Hamas. Hamas, a murderous terrorist organization. The difference between Israel and Hamas is that Hamas targets children. Israel does not want to target children. Hamas purposefully goes and murders in the most vicious way a child only yesterday, after 39 days from October 7th, was discovered of who they were from DNA testing. It took 39 days to identify her body because of how badly and despicably it was obliterated by the Hamas terrorist organization. 39 days to recognize a human being? I don't even want to think about how
Hold on
they
one
tortured
second,
her.
ma'am. Ma'am, hold on 1 second, please. WITN, please pause for time. You're putting me in a really difficult situation, sir. Like, I don't want to have to like kick you out, but like you're doing it to yourself. You can't keep being disruptive. That's not fair. That's not fair. Just please let her speak.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I've been listening all evening, and it amazes me how the pro-Hamas supporters here have repeatedly interrupted anybody who goes against what they're saying, whereas the pro-Israel have been peacefully listening, a sign of who stands behind goodness. Anyways, I will continue. That the Hamas regime purposefully targets children. They have purposefully kidnapped children from their beds and from their cribs, children of all ages, and adults and the elderly, in order to torture them. There's been no contact with the hostages. Why do their lives not matter? Nobody has mentioned their lives, whereas we've repeatedly mentioned our horror at the loss of life of the Palestinian people. The innocent people who are dying is horrendous. It's awful. And it is terrible that Hamas has put its people in such a position.
Yeah,
I
30
feel
seconds.
terrible for the Palestinian people who deserve to be freed from Hamas. Israel does not target children. Hamas targets children. Israel is wiping out Hamas, and if Hamas puts their own children in front of Israel's way, there's no choice, not because what do you expect? If you have a
Yes,
murderer
15
attacking you
seconds.
with a child in front of them, and you're going to say, I still wouldn't kill the child, so you're going to die? I'd like to see you in their shoes, and you be the one that Hamas
You have
is
10
targeting
seconds.
with a child as their shield, and see what you do in such a situation.
That's your
We
time.
care about life, we care about children,
That's
we
your
care
time.
about a free Palestine from Hamas
That's your
and a
time, ma'am.
continual war and not an end in ceasefire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to just point out there's such anti-Semitism in this room. The anti-Zionism is anti-Jew, anti-Semitism. It's unbelievable.
Let me address her, please. Ma'am, that's your time. Ma'am, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
WITN, who's next virtually? Okay, thank you. That concludes public comment from our virtual public. So at this time, we're going to finish off with the members who are here with their communities who's here in council chambers. Next, we have Cheyenne Miller. Well, I think Cheyenne is still here, but she's not in the chambers. We're going to call for Mike Abel. Mike, you want to come forward?
You already had her. She was one of your early people. I'm Rob.
Rob Abel. Okay. Rob Abel. Thank you.
Good late evening, folks. Thank you, Council President, council members, and audience. There's a lot of interesting information. I'm an American Jewish physician, and I would say that many of the people you have heard have never been to Gaza, have never operated in Hebron like I have, don't speak Hebrew like I do. I've worked in Israel, I've worked in Palestine, I've worked in Gaza and seen what's happened and what happened before all of these events. Before all these events, it was an open-air prison in Gaza. Nothing could get in. Tomato sauce wasn't allowed in. Potatoes weren't allowed in. And somebody was talking about children. There are 1,208 Palestinian children in military prisons in the West Bank. So that's 1,208 people, no advocacy, no parents, no crime attested to, and no way out. And that Hamas is an example of extremism, but it's an example of extremism that's responding to 75 years of occupation. Imagine 3 generations living in a refugee camp. What happens? And meanwhile, you don't see on the other side, because a lot of my Jewish friends and colleagues have bitten the apple of AIPAC and the Israeli propaganda that has been emboldened by the United States Congress. And many people understand this, including a few congressmen, but they do not speak up. But the reason to be here tonight is because we are all interested in humanity, all interested in avoiding genocide, and it does affect each of us, not only by our tolerance for where we spend our money, but also for our tolerance about humanity. And if none of our organizations and our federal legislators are doing anything about it, why shouldn't City Council be the first one that takes a moral stand, has a conscience, and is a force for change? And it's the only organizing body and governmental body that can say something. I think it starts here. And if it starts here, other parts of this country, other parts of this state are going to hear. Last Saturday, 1,000 people plus marched on Biden's home. That's a lot of people for Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, 30
and
seconds.
Obviously, there's a lot of spirit about this, and I thank Councilman Darby for bringing this up. I appreciate you people of conscience. Thank you.
Cheyenne Miller. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I'm a resident in the 7th District, and I'm going to speak on 2 issues today, obviously. One is going to be on the ceasefire, and one is going to be on residency. And I'll start with residency. Y'all already kind of heard all the talking points around residency. The truth of the matter is tonight we have one more ordinance up that we were able to get through committee to ensure that residency sticks in the city of Wilmington. That ordinance is being supported by Councilmember Darby. We appreciate you, all the work that you've done. Sitting through these 4-hour-long city council meetings, struggling.
See you back in next year.
The truth of the matter is that people have spoken on residency. I actually just finally saw one person come out tonight to say they wanted to get rid of residency, and that was crazy. That was wild. I was like, it took y'all like 3 or 4 months to get that person to come out here. Looked like it didn't take a long time. I was like, damn. So it took a long time. The truth is, but they've been working on residency for a long time. I don't know if y'all remember back in 2022, I believe, they sent Bud Friel up, right? They sent him to the state legislature hall, and they put up a couple of different bills. One of them was eminent domain, and we came out and we killed that, right? And then the other one was on residency. What I'm trying to say is this. This is a long-term fight. We are not done. We don't come out here one time and it gets done. A lot of people kept on asking me, y'all going out there again? God damn, you going out there again? One more time? Another time? This fight never ends. It never ends. And so we are going to continue to keep on coming out. Last week we had city council members say, please, please, don't let this be the only time you come back out. And they won't be, right? And a lot of people are asking the question, oh, you know, we got so much stuff in the city we got to do. We got so many issues in the city that we got to solve. Why are we worried about ceasefire? Why are we worried about Israel and Palestine? You know why? Because in the 1990s, y'all wanted us to sit up here and worry about South Africa and apartheid, right? Right? What did Martin Luther King say? Was it justice anywhere is injustice everywhere? Something like that, right? Something along the lines of that. That's why we standing up. That's why we're out here. If I got to stay out here for 5 hours to ask for a ceasefire, I'm going to stand out here, just like I stood out here for 5 hours for like the last 2 or 3 weeks, right? Asking for what? Residency. Because I stand in solidarity with my people. And that's my people, right? So if you tired tonight, imagine what it would be like if you were being bombed. I watched a video and they pulled a child out of the rubble that looked like my 2-year-old son, 1-year-old son, excuse me. My 1-year-old son. Just like him. Eyes big, brown, curly hair on the top of his head, dust all over his face. A little bit of blood. Pulled him out of the rubble. Couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. Looked just like my son.
15 seconds.
So if we're gonna be out here and we're gonna be talking about justice, it's justice for everybody. Ceasefire now. Support both the resolution and we support residency, both of them.
Next we have Sarah Green. You're fine. Thank you for joining us. Please remember to introduce yourself and please be careful when you get to the podium. I give you a 30-second reminder when your time is almost up.
Thank you, President Congo. Thank you, council people. Thank you to everyone who's here. Very much appreciate you. I very much appreciate Mike and Rob Abel. I appreciate the fact that I've been waiting in that seat for a long time, hoping I was not the only Jewish person to come up here and say Free Palestine. And I really, I came here to talk about Wilmington. I'm a resident of 19802. And I will talk about Wilmington. But I think that this all comes together because I can't sit here and accept someone saying something in my name. Someone tonight said, I speak for the Jewish community in Delaware, but not in my name. That doesn't speak for me. And you know what? I am a Jewish person. I have relatives, I have cousins who live in Jerusalem. And I call for a ceasefire because more bombs won't bring back those lost lives. Guess what? More bombs will not release those hostages. This is human rights. There's so much hate. I can't believe the amount of hate going on right here in our own community. I just want to say the reason that we're here in Wilmington, the reason it's important to bring this issue up here in City Council is because if our state representatives won't listen to us, then maybe we have more power here. And that is exactly the reason why I support residency. That's exactly the reason that I am Wilmington born and bred, and I have chosen to live here. And I've chosen to dedicate my life to working to build community here in Wilmington. And you can't just expect people who aren't invested in our city, people who aren't from here, people who are coming here just for jobs, they won't have the same dedication to our community. It's just common sense. So I really appreciate hearing your voices out here tonight. I understand there's so much pain happening. There's so much pain. And I just want to say thank you for being part of this community here in Wilmington. And we do have the power. We have power right here because we're small and we can do it. We got to keep Wilmington, Wilmington. We got to keep the jobs here. And we got to raise our voices here, because if they won't listen to us at the state level, if they won't listen to us at the national level, then maybe they will listen to us at a city level. Thank you.
Next, we have Yvonne Brown. Thank you for joining us. And please remember to introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mr. President,
Good evening.
City Council, and all the members and all the constituents that's still here. I'm here to voice my anger over 2 houses within a block of my residence. I'm a Wilmington resident, born and raised here 69 years. 69 years, all my life I've been a city resident. And I am appalled that my neighbors were not notified in advance of the 2 houses. One is at 1411 West 2nd Street, and the other one is 103 North Rodney Street. I live on the corner of 2nd and Fulton. I've been in that house for 16 years. I'm not a homeowner because I don't have a deed. I'm buying that house, trying to. I think it's appalling that they have 2 reentry programs in our neighborhood, and we weren't notified. It is, I don't know how many children it is, but it's seniors there. I'm a senior. And I'm old, or I'm getting old. I don't want no smoke from them people. I don't want no smoke from nobody, but I really feel I'm very angry. I'm not afraid of what's gonna happen to me, or what could happen to me or any other residents in that area. I'm afraid what'll happen to them if they try to invade my property or my privacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lovely Lacey. Lovely Lacey. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. Please remember to introduce yourself. I'll give you a 30-second reminder when you have, when your time is almost up.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming out today. My name is Lovely Lacey. I'm a resident of the 1st District. Shout out, Shanae.
I'm the second.
Oh, I mean, 2nd District, 2nd District, yeah.
Okay.
All right, you know. I'm here today to talk about 2 things. One, it's already enough traffic up and down 95 and Route 13 and 1. I feel like we don't need more people coming up. I feel like if you're gonna be racing down to make it to your job in Wilmington, stay in Middletown. I don't know, that's just me. Stay in Middletown. If you wanna buy a house there, stay there, work there. I don't know, work remote. You don't gotta come all the way up here. Keep the jobs in the city. It's also best practice. In terms of best practices in cities, this is literally not a crazy proposition. It's not a crazy proposal. Most cities in the country have residency requirements. It's not radical. It is actually the equitable thing to do. If you want to buy a house in Middletown, go there. I heard it's really building up. We have enough qualified candidates for city jobs within city limits. Claiming that we do not is inherently racist, classist, and it's downright ignorant. It really is. So I say vote yes for the residency requirement. Thank you. Another thing is I feel like folks forget what it really means to say no justice, no peace. Okay, it's not just a chant. We demand justice, or you and your cronies will have no peace. Okay, so I stand for liberation and freedom of Palestinians from the river to the sea. I do not support Zionist extremism and terroristic violence that Israel perpetuates. I stand firmly against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. When folks ask what can we possibly do, we actually have more power than we think. We live in the core of the empire, okay? In the banking capital of the country. We have way more access to our lawmakers than most folks in other states do. You give your power away as soon as you think international news is never going to reach your shores, right? Harriet Tubman said she could have saved a lot more people if they knew that they were slaves, right? And I feel like we could do a lot more if we knew what power we had. And people power is the way to get things done. Only hegemonic entities get into war. War is unnecessary. Give me a room full of women and a nice pot roast and we can come to an agreement. It doesn't have to come to war, okay? Palestinians are not in an open air prison because prison implies that they did something wrong. Call it what it is. It's a concentration camp. Apartheid. I also want to leave you with this. When enslaved Africans fought against brutal regimes like South Africa and here on Turtle Island, we did not turn around and kill every single white landowner and human trafficker we saw. Although it was very warranted. Zionists are scared because they think folks want retribution and revenge. They should be gleefully glad we are just demanding freedom and not revenge. Stand on the right side of history. Say no to war. Say yes to ceasefire. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Next we have Velda Jones Potter. Please watch your step when you go to the podium. I give you a 30-second reminder when your time is
Thank you.
almost.
Good evening. I yield my time to Miss Lovely Lacey. Where is she? Thank you. I just want to reiterate what I've said pretty much each time I've come before this body and in unison with the public who have come. And that is, we shouldn't even be here. This is a manufactured crisis. I checked just as I was coming into the door. Today there are 12 positions posted on the website. Now, we've been coming here over a period of what, maybe 3, 4, 5 weeks. If there was, in fact, a problem with hiring people, I would have thought the administration by now would have figured out, post all the jobs you're trying to fill. That tells me there's only an effort to fill 12 jobs. So to have created and manufactured this crisis, contending that there are hosts of positions that can't be filled, so extreme that the residency requirement needs to be lifted, is asinine. It's deceitful. It is unfair to the public to even bring that excuse. And it is also unfair to this body to present that problem to this body, which it does not own. Filling the positions, if that is indeed the issue, is not the responsibility of this body. It's the responsibility of the administration. So to the extent that that is not able to be being done, it is the failure of the administration. And I would suggest we hold the residency requirement, requiring people who take taxpayer dollars as salary and who choose to serve the community by accepting a public office, a public job.
You have 30 seconds.
That they live in the city as is currently required. So I urge the council to put this issue to rest once and for all by retaining the residency requirement as it stands today. Thank you all, and good evening.
Thank you. Next we have Kobe Owens.
Good evening, everyone. Here we are again, and hopefully tonight we see the passage of a bill that will reiterate what many citizens have been saying here in the city of Wilmington over the last few weeks, and that is that we want a residency requirement for the jobs here in the city of Wilmington. We want individuals to have to live here for 5 years. But I also want to just say, I want to commend Councilwoman Darby for listening to the concerns of others in creating a relocation fund in this as well too, which will be critical for individuals who do get hired here, who need help moving into the city. Listen, we have heard hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individuals speak out, send emails, make phone calls over the past month and a half. Tonight, hopefully we see this pass. But in my mind, I know the fight isn't going to end tonight, because I know that it's most likely that this will be vetoed. And when it is, we're going to be back here asking the council to find the same courage to overturn that veto. Listen, if you want to be paid by the taxpayers of Wilmington, you should be our neighbors. You should be our brothers, our sisters, our cousins, and that is very simple. If you want to talk about a local economy, our dollars will be spent here if you live here. Not down in Middletown, not down in Odessa, not in Bear, not in Hocassin. And to the person who said that someone in Hocassin is more qualified than someone who lives in the city of Wilmington, I say no. We have qualified lawyers right here in the city of Wilmington. We have qualified people to apply for jobs right here in the city of Wilmington. And let me tell you one thing, they have been applying. I've helped almost 17 people apply for jobs. You know, not one of them have heard back from the HR department. Not one of them has got an email back to even let them know if they have an interview. So obviously this isn't a priority for this administration at all. At all. If y'all keep complaining about the jobs that y'all haven't posted, because y'all only posted 12 right now, I don't think that this manufactured talking point should allow council, should make council listen to this. Y'all have the power to stand up to this administration that is on its way out. Stand up and do it. And my last point, there's been a lot said tonight about Hamas, Israel, Palestine. What I heard a lot of is people speaking out against this resolution, saying that, oh, well, if they care so much about Palestine, then they should push Hamas out. That's called collective punishment.
You have 10 seconds.
That is a violation of international law. A violation of international law. Trying to hold people accountable, children, elderly, accountable for the actions of others, that is wrong.
That's war crime.
And I call on council to have a moral compass to stand up tonight, be the first voice in Delaware, and call for a ceasefire.
Had they previously signed up? Okay, thank you. We have one person that we missed virtually, Tanya. Talia. Thank you for joining us. We can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. So first of all, I just want to say who I am. My name is Talia, District 6, and I am an educator. I'm a person who pushes for peace. I'm a person who's been on 3 separate peace missions. I've been an advocate for over 20 years. And I'm a person who has spent my life building relationships with Palestinian civilians. It's something that was really, really important to me from the time that I was in high school. I created bonds. I spent time understanding they are. And I want to correct a couple of things that I've heard so far, but then I also want to share some things about why I believe that it's not in their best interests, what we are advocating for here tonight, at least the majority. When you speak to them, they have an idea of what they want. They know what they want. They want to be free. They want to live without anyone telling them who they are or what they need to be or anything like that. The problem is that here in the United States, everyone wants to speak for them. And I think that that's really inappropriate. The fact that we are in Wilmington, sorry for the, as you can see, we love kids here. The fact that we're in Wilmington and we're speaking for Palestinians, I can say from my life experience that it's not appropriate. I'm speaking again from over 20 years of relationships with them. When you say ceasefire, the definition of a ceasefire is as follows: is a temporary suspension of fighting, typically one during which peace talks take place. It's also known as a truce. The problem is that in order for that to be the case, both sides need to agree to it. We don't find ourselves in that position. When Gazans were filmed leaving the region, thank you. When Gazans were filmed leaving the region, they begged us. They begged us in Arabic, and I'm sure very few people here speak Arabic, but they begged us to help them. They didn't beg us for a ceasefire. They begged us to help them get rid of Hamas. They begged us to help them get rid of Yahya Sinwar.
You have 10
They
seconds.
begged us to help them get rid of Ismail Khaniya. Let's listen to Palestinians, not to people on the other side of the world who have nothing to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Bill Nace. Thank you for joining us. Please be careful when you approach the podium. You're welcome. Please remember to introduce yourself.
My name is Bill Nace. I have some prepared remarks that I'm going to save the time and not give. Say that I support the resolution to create a ceasefire, and I just wanted to comment on my personal reasons for thinking about that. It feels to me like this boils down to a moral issue. It is killing, starving innocent citizens, keeping medical supplies away is a moral issue. And we all of us good folks that go to church on Sundays need to recognize that we have a moral issue to create a ceasefire. We want to stop the killing. So we have an issue then to pressure the federal
legislators that represent us, they're the only folks that can really help us. Wilmington can pressure them. Wilmington Council can pressure them. We can pressure them. So we should get on the phone, and we only have 3. And we ought to really hit the 3 hard with our view of stopping this moral dilemma and creating a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have James Taylor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, President Congo. Good evening, neighbors. My name is James Taylor. I am a resident of the 4th District, and on the advice of one of my elders when I walked in, I'd like to state for the record that I am campaigning to become the 2nd District House Representative. So I want to address the 2 issues that are on the docket this evening in those capacities, and also in my capacity as a public policy analyst and as a Christian. We've heard that folks in the House are not talking about this. I am publicly calling on my opponent and her colleagues to speak on this issue. Last year on election day, I was standing with my opponent, and she said she wanted to visit the Holy Land. But what I've not heard anybody talk about this evening is the fact that Bethlehem is also the Holy Land, and Bethlehem is in the West Bank. The holidays are coming up, and of course, politicians will be going around making their rounds, bringing tidings and holiday greetings surrounding the birth of Jesus Christ, who was a brown-skinned, fleecy-locked baby that also looked like Cheyenne's son. And so I want you all to question these folks when they come to you, why they are silent on the bombing of Jesus's hometown, while they're coming to you, wishing you a Merry Christmas. I want you to ask them why they're silent on, the bombing and the maiming of children that look like our children, while they were shoulder to shoulder with everybody that was making a meal of Donald Trump putting babies in cages down at the border. Moving to residency, and keeping with this theme of accountability, I just want to say, I'm not going. We've already talked about this ad nauseum.
You have 30 seconds.
Vote like you got some sense this evening, because as Council President Congo can attest to, I'm nasty with a lit drop, and I will be out this spring. And if you're not voting like you got sense, I'll be carrying the message come this spring, and I'll be carrying your opponent's lit. And I have recruited your primary opponent. So again, vote like you got some sense this evening. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Jaron or Jarvis Word. We're all going to ask that if anyone does have any political ambitions, that you not speak to them while on council floor. Thank you. Word. Last name Word.
Oh.
Larry.
So he's doing rap.
Larry Mathis. Thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Larry Mathis. Good evening to the president and all of the honorable councilmen. I just wanted to share with y'all. I've been listening a lot, and I heard a lot tonight about power. And a lot of times power can be misused when it's in the wrong hands. This thing that we're doing now is a pyramid. This is a pyramid effect. At the top of the pyramid is us. And then it goes down to the mayor, the treasurer, council people. Without the top of that pyramid, it's none of them. We are the ones who vote them in. And as my man just said, accountability. We put you in the seat, but before even putting you in the seat, we have to come to the point of getting a caucus together, or a committee, I would say, to question who we vote in before you get in the seat. And it has to be accountability. Can't just shake my hand and then when I got a problem and I call you, I can't get to you. I got to go to HR to talk to you. So with that being said, I just want you guys to know that we have the power. We at the top of the pyramid. That pyramid is us. They can't do nothing. And what happens is because the power that is possessed, that those people tell people, and they think that they have the power because they hold a title. But the citizens is the power. We are the power. When we come together, we are the voices. But because they sit in a seat, they don't, they scare people and they mishandle the power that they possess. And just want to talk real fast. It was a long time ago, I was watching TV and there was a war going on, and there was a little boy, and he had a stick, and where he was at, it had got bombed. And this little boy was going down the street with a stray dog, and he had a stick, and he was playing in some blood with a stick. What kind of mindset that we got to get into, that when something goes on, that our kids can look at that and consider that being okay? Kids don't walk down the street. So we think America's in trouble. We ain't seen trouble yet.
Thank you. And before we move on to legislative business, I'm going to circle back to INOT. Is INOT here with us? You may come forward. Okay, I apologize. You may come forward. Thank you for joining us, and please introduce yourself. And please be careful as you come to the podium. And I'll give you a friendly reminder when you have 30 seconds left.
If I may, Mr. President, before my timer starts, just for the sake of safety, I would just like to say one thing.
Sure.
For the purpose of the hostility that we've seen today, that is occurring now, I do not consent anyone to take a video or picture of me tonight, except for the one person that I have allowed, and that goes for our virtual folks too.
Just so you know that this is aired live. Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. I'm going to echo one of the speakers who said, let's listen to Palestinians. My name is Dr. Afnan. I'm a Palestinian American pediatrician. I'm the granddaughter of survivors of the Nakba in 1948. I am the daughter of refugees who grew up with Lebanese travel documents. I'm American by birth, and now a mother to a beautiful, almost 2-year-old daughter who many of us have heard her wailing in the background. Thank God her dad came back and took her. I exist today because, and I think you, honorable gentlemen, for mentioning the love that we have amongst each other. I am here today because a Jewish family saved my great-grandfather from his wounds by the British Mandate. To the speaker who claims to represent the Jewish population of Delaware, no. The closest people to me and my biggest allies are of the Jewish faith who are saying, do not commit genocide in our names. I understand the pain of the people being held hostages. Believe me, I know, because my family in the West Bank is currently being held hostage by the Israeli occupation forces in their own home, and the Israeli government's arming of settler civilians to dictate its main objective, which is the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians out of the Holy Land that is for all of us, that extends from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And I ask, why is collective liberation and equal rights for all so threatening to people who claim that they honor the sanctity of life? Blaming the Palestinian people for their own deaths is such a severe mental gymnastic issue which enshrouds and justifies a genocide. And the whataboutism that I've heard tonight is astonishing. To the speaker who said 20% of the Arab population in Israel exists because Israel's so generous, 20% of the Arab population also undergoes severe voter suppression, which we see here in the United States. And the Arab population in the occupied territories have been arrested and are currently in prison for even liking a Facebook post. Queer Palestinians do exist. I just spoke to one today, and it's interesting that speakers against a ceasefire are speaking about sanctity of life. I speak tonight as a physician who finished her training in this very state. I speak today as a mother who was reborn as a mother in this very state. And I center all three of these aspects in my statement tonight. I urge City Council to advocate for a ceasefire now. Having cared for newborns in neonatal ICUs, to patients in inpatient services, to patients within pediatric ICUs.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. To date, 3 NICU babies have passed away in a Shifa. And just to explain what happened, a premature baby is born with so little fat stores, most notably brown fat, which is very quickly used as fuel for the body and doesn't act as a good insulator. It's now winter in Gaza, and without thermoregulation, the body goes into complete overdrive and eventually causes severe brain damage, seizures, and eventually death. And the reason why I say this with such a heavy heart is because it is harrowing that I know the mechanism of deaths of each one of these children. So I urge for a ceasefire because I too stand for the life of all. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude our public comment of this evening's meeting. And again, on behalf of all of my colleagues, I want to thank everyone who came and spoke in council chambers, and for those of you who joined us virtually, thank you also. As we do move to legislative business, again, I just want to ask for everyone to please be respectful of council members. You may hear some opinions that you may not agree with, but please do not be disruptive. Please allow them to voice their opinions, just like I allowed everyone to voice their opinions during public comment. I appreciate you in advance. Councilmember Cabrera, again, she is holding her legislation. So we're going to go to Councilmember Darby.
Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present and call for the third and final reading.
Ordinance 23-040, Agenda 0362, an ordinance to amend Chapter 40 of the City Code to establish 22 C subsection 841's 5-year maximum residency requirement to establish the related geographical boundaries at City of Wilmington limits and to establish a residency working group.
Mr. President, I have a substitute to present in lieu of that ordinance.
Substitute number 2 to ordinance 23-040, revision 2 to agenda 0362, an ordinance to amend chapter 40 of the city code to establish 22 C subsection 841's 5-year maximum residency requirement, to establish the related geographical boundaries at City of Wilmington limits, to establish a residency assistance bond, and to establish a residency working group.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and call for a yea and nay vote.
It's been properly moved and seconded that be known as the enacting clause of the substitute ordinance and called for a yea or nay vote on the question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So we are here. So tonight we are going to vote on maintaining residency. where it will stay to 5 years within the city of Wilmington boundary lines. We also added in a residency assistance fund, which will provide assistance for current residents and for people to move into the city. So helping with things from security deposits, down payment assistance, sign-on bonuses, or relocation funds. In the compromise or negotiation, we were able to add a task force. So Councilmember Johnson, that was his idea. We were able to add that to the piece of legislation where we are able to now have a group of people talk about ways to improve residency, to make it more attractive for people to want to work for the city who are city residents, to also give the training to our residents to focus on local hire, and then for people who do want to work for the city of Wilmington, to make sure that we get them into the city of Wilmington limits. So that is the premise of the legislation. We're also urging the administration to actually post job postings if they want jobs to be filled. We're also asking them to promote hiring via using billboards, mailers to city residents, emails to city residents, job fairs, to actually invest in promoting these jobs. We're also encouraging them to advertise for second chance hiring for certain positions, to partner with organizations and schools like Delaware Skills Center, Hope Commission, Delaware, Del Tech, Dell State University, Howard High School, to fill vacancies and establish potential career paths. So we are giving, and we gave the lay of the land for the administration to move forward to getting, I guess they have 11 positions online now, to getting those filled, but also coming up with new ways to assist with some of the issues in regards to residency.
Thank you. WITN, before we go to any of our virtual council members, do any council members in chambers have any comments?
Yes.
Councilmember McCoy?
Did you want to? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to state that actually I was very surprised that one of my constituents actually got on the line and talked about residency. She definitely sent me information, email stating how she felt about lifting it, and that and she expressed that same sentiment. As a matter of fact, she shared something similar today on email. I've actually gotten a few emails from residents within the 6th district. I think she was just the boldest one to actually come on to Zoom, because there was a lot of people who were opposed to anything of moving of the residency. So I just wanted to make certain that we were aware that I've been here and I've heard, I've listened, and while the most outspoken person did come on line, but everyone else really didn't. So despite the committee meeting discussions and your valid points, I have more residents in my area requesting the residency to be lifted. However, I won't vote against the ordinance because I actually heard you guys. So I just wanted to make certain that it was clear that when you keep talking about listen to your constituents, I have. But I'm not going to vote against the people who've actually been here. So I was going to abstain when it comes to my vote. I will be voting present.
Any other council members before we go to virtual?
Mr. President, for some
Councilmember White.
reason, thank you. For some reason, my co-sponsorship of this ordinance seems to just get missed.
Just want to make sure that Councilmember White is recognized as being a co-sponsor of this ordinance. Staff, thank you so much. Any other council members in council chambers have any comments before we go to virtual?
Yes.
Councilmember Oliver.
I would like to just give Councilman Darby and Councilman White and all the other council members who have been working diligently on this ordinance to keep it as it is, as it has already existed, because residency is already on the books.
And a lot of people want to say it's not on the books, but it's currently still on the books. So what we are doing tonight is adding some amendments, as Councilwoman Darby stated, to enhance it for other individuals who were coming on as co-sponsors. And I really appreciate everybody's coming out the last couple of weeks, because as I always tell people, this is not our seat, this is the people's seat. And with that being said, that's all I have to say. Thank you. And I will be supporting this as usual.
Thank you. Councilmember Harley, did you have your hand?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I just want to reiterate again, first of all, I want to thank the community for coming out 3 times, 1 time, 2 times, whatever amount of times that the community was able to come out. I want to say that I really do appreciate your time. We appreciate you standing up, showing up, and speaking up, because those of us that have been trying to make sure that we represent this entire city, it was very helpful to hear people, residents coming from all different districts of the city of Wilmington. I represent the 4th District, and I wanted to be on record that I have not heard one resident from my district, which it increased the most in 2020 than all the other districts. I didn't hear one person. I didn't have one person asking me to lift it. So I need to make sure that that's on record. I listened to my constituents, number one. Number two, I had the opportunity to ask our policy analysts to do some research regarding cities that are in this area, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Every municipality that have a population of 50,000 or more have some type of residency requirement. So Wilmington, I don't understand why it seems like we're doing something so different than other municipalities. Every municipality is having a little bit of, struggle with hiring post the pandemic. So Wilmington is not going through anything uniquely different than any other corporate business or any other municipality. But having said that, I also had the opportunity to talk to a former mayor about this topic as well. And I want to rest my case with this. Relaxing residency is not a guarantee that you are going to be able to fill positions. There is no guarantee that even if that was the case, there's no guarantee that if you relax it, that you're going to get the positions filled. So I believe that we need to continue to work harder. I support what Councilwoman Darby said in terms of we have to market it more, we got to do more. And not only that, we just voted on increasing the compensation. So I do think that we're able to fill these positions. We just got to put a little more effort out there. I do believe that it's important that we fill them, but I do not feel as though we should relax the residency requirements. So I will be supporting it, and I will be voting for it tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other council members, virtual, who would like to give comment?
Yes, Council President. This is Chris Johnson here.
Councilmember Johnson.
I appreciate everyone's sentiments. My sentiments are actually similar to Councilwoman Harley. This is a very, I'd say, and I'm part of City Council leadership. I've going through hard times with council. We've come from, the riots of George Floyd to rebuilding our city, coming out of COVID. There were a lot of dark times. And there was a lot of angst, and city leadership had to move on a pin's head to address hard issues. And one issue we didn't probably see, and actually Councilwoman McCoy talked about, was the hiring and filling the city positions. And, you know, from my assessment, I've gone back and forth on this issue. I used to be about getting rid of it. Even council president was in favor of getting rid of it completely. So, you know, we were both probably on that mindset. But then when we started doing digging, you know, we looked at compensation, you know, that needed to be addressed. So we did the compensation study, working with the administration. We increased salaries. You know, police department, we had issues. So we worked on diversity initiatives under the previous police chief, and then under Chief Campos. So bit by bit, we've addressed this issue. And while I respect the move in administration, what I don't necessarily respect is the process. And I was actually the person that went to Councilwoman Daria. I said, you know what, if we're going to do this, we do in a working group, we need a relocation fund. We have to do this the right way. And, you know, sure, you know, I'll get text after this, I'm sure, to say that, you know, I turned my back or did this and that. But for me, not only do I represent the 7th District as finance chair, I represent the economic development of the city. And, you know, focusing on reentry, getting people involved in work, that's very important. And for me, I look at it as, how do we solve the problem? As Councilwoman Harley, I think it probably said, we can open the expansion, but then are we still getting the jobs? And so we got to have the funding, we got to have the plan to actually get the jobs. So, you know, the way I envision it, we may need to temporarily go back to this, but we have this working group to address these issues. And we also maybe look at certain positions, hardship provisions, all those things. We owe the city of Wilmington to make those difficult decisions. And so, you know, I appreciate my neighbors, my constituents, folks from across the city who know and trust me and know at the end of the day, I'm trying to move a plan to move the city forward. And certainly we're not a perfect city, but we have a city that is a place to be somebody. And what we have is, we have a place, no one has ever said lift the residency. Everyone said we want city services, we need employees. So I certainly get it. I certainly get where we're at, but also not for an endless gap. And so we need to do this the right way. And for me, everybody knows I'm a man of the law. We have to look at due process. And the way this came about, I wasn't even in the country when this was announced. I was actually overseas, and I get the announcement that residency doesn't exist. So for me, that kind of took me aback, and I get the administration's frustration, but as they know, they always have a cheerleader and someone that works with the administration and works on solving our biggest problems. So again, I respect everybody, but similar to Councilwoman Harley, you have to be supportive of due process, and that's the way we have to put it.
All right, thank you. Any other council members who are virtual that would like to comment?
Yes, me, Mr. President, Councilwoman Fields,
Yes.
5th District.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Fields.
Yes, first of all, I would like to just say thank you to everyone that has voiced their opinion and stated how they feel about the residency. And myself, just like Councilwoman McCoy and all of my council members on council, all 13 of us, we heard you, we hear you, and we thank you for coming out and stating how you feel. And with that being said, I will not vote against this piece of legislation. I do want to understand something though. This is the only residence ordinance that's out there. Am I correct? There's nothing else coming up. It's nothing. This is the only one, right?
I'll let the sponsor address that in her remarks. Unless you want to
Yes.
address that now, Councilmember
Yes or
Doyle?
no?
Is there
Can she
another
answer yes or no?
legislation?
Is there another? You have anything other than this ordinance coming up? There's not another residency ordinance, right? This is the only one.
Yes, the only one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Other than that, like I said, I will not vote against this legislation. Thank you.
Are there any other council members virtually who
Present means
hold on, please. Thank you.
yeah.
Are there any other council members who are on virtually who would like to comment? Councilmember Darby, did you want to respond before you have your closing comment?
Yeah, I want to respond for her. So I don't think people understand.
Can I,
Okay.
I still have another one for, she can close.
Okay.
I'm not closing.
She's not closing out
Oh,
right
go
now.
ahead, I'm
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
not closing. I just want to make sure people understand what's going on and what presence means. So there's 13 city council people, and for an ordinance to pass out, you need a majority of 7, right? So you have to have, when you vote present, it's basically a no. So I need 7 people to say yes for this to pass. So if you're voting present, you are a no because it doesn't count towards the yes to pass it. So if you are present and no, you are not in support of the legislation because the legislation is not going to pass. So voting present is not a neutral thing. It doesn't change like the numbers that needs to pass for the legislation. The number still stays 7 if someone votes present or if they vote no. So I want people to understand, because I had somebody start clapping when they heard that. That means it's a no towards the legislation, and there's not enough votes for it to pass, for it to become law.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Councilwoman Darby said. So, you know, all of this present, that means that it'll go back to what is originally, which means that it will still stand as the 5 years. But I was hoping we can get this passed tonight, because it also means that we may be coming back having the same fight all over again. Thank you.
Are there any other council members who are virtual who would like to comment? I guess I'll speak before I turn it back over to Councilwoman Darby. Not hearing from council members who are on Zoom is kind of concerning to me, because I'm waiting to hear at least one good excuse to end residency, and I haven't heard it from any council members. I've heard council members say that they're not going to vote against it, but I haven't heard a reason from anyone saying why, and that's very concerning, because it sends a signal to the people who showed up
3 times
in the hundreds. And I've never, I've been on council 16 years. I've never had this kind of participation from the community, 3 meetings straight. So I do want to thank you for that. Like, we've heard well over 100 people talk about residency. We've heard maybe 3 or 4 that were saying relax it, and that means something. And I understand that everybody needs to represent their district, but this is a citywide. This impacts the entire city. So you kind of have to think out of that box. So hopefully those who have said they're not going to vote against it will vote for it.
Yeah, present is no.
I don't know. It's just it's hearing so many people come out and still not supporting this kind of legislation is very concerning, because that means you're listening to an administration and not listening to the public who voted us in. And that's the only reason. And I'm just waiting to hear back from someone. I'm waiting to hear from someone saying why they support it. And there have been there's been so much talk about how Wilmingtonians can do this work, but they just haven't been given a chance. So to say that it needs to go to the county is just not acceptable. So I haven't heard a reason yet. So hopefully when the roll is called, we can get this right.
Mr. President.
But nah, I don't know. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. I don't know whether or not I can give you more information than what you're asking for, but I just want to make you aware of a few pieces of information that I found out. So one, since the press conference, was October 16th, 86 residents of the city of Wilmington have applied for jobs. 86 residents applied in 20 positions. So I'm like, I said, and they're being processed now. So I did get that information. I made certain that I went and asked for it. The other thing, like I stated, was the fact that I was basically listening to as I was here, everyone was like, listen to the people who put you in. And I had been. So that was another thing as well. Like I say, and the only thing that I was concerned about is because even though we have the working group that that will be put together, and even though we do have when the next budget comes up, we'll make certain we have funds for relocation and things of that nature. At this moment, I was looking for something to make certain we were able to get the people in there as fast as we could, because that's the only reason why I was here in the first place, making certain that as the constituents called, the phone will be picked up, and that was basically it. And so, because I was being told that I'm compromising for the mayor, but I'm like, no, I actually stated I was compromising for my colleagues, because I wanted to know where could we find the middle ground. But I've been made aware that that the compromise, they don't really want it. They feel as though they can do it this way. So I'm like, I was hoping that we can go ahead and I didn't know whether or not how everybody felt about it. I just heard what my people stated, and I heard what everybody came up here and stated, and I'm like, then I'm just I said, rather than vote against it, I'm like, I'm going to vote present. And that's the reason why I made this statement. But I just wanted to give you some background about it, because you're like, give me a good reason. And I'm like, that was basically what it was. That was basically what it was. And also, I did not hide. I came here and I heard everything. I understand.
I'll give you that. You came.
Hold on, please. Please allow Councilwoman McCoy to finish her statements.
So now I'm like, I know I'm finished. I just wanted to state, I was not going to vote no. I really had hoped that at one point when you had considered doing the 3 mile whatever or something or whatever, that would have been the dividing line or the compromise, but that was not what you wanted to do. So at this time, I wasn't able to do that.
Please change your vote to yes.
Council, hold on, please. Please, council has the floor.
Okay,
Councilmember White, did you have a comment?
Not at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, I thought I saw your hand raised. Any other council members virtually before we return back to the sponsor?
Yes, Council President.
Councilmember Johnson.
Councilman Johnson again. I just wanted to clarify my position, okay? Is that I'm supportive of this. And I know it may come as a shock to people, but again, what I have to look at is due process. And what I don't want, and this is why I was adamant in the working group, I don't want this to end up in endless litigation, which is, if this does not happen, we're going to end up in endless litigation, hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal bills. And that is my problem. Let's reset back to the way things were, say, in September. But we need to find a solution. We talk about the stuff going on overseas and the stalemate. There can't be a stalemate. And that's all conveyance and administration. There can't be a stalemate. Everybody has to compromise on some part. And I think there's been compromise. To credit of Councilwoman Darby has worked with me. Yep. We've talked quite a bit. Yes. Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Oliver. We have worked to find a solution that the administration can, again, a good settlement, everyone walks away. No one's satisfied. No one gets everything they want. But at the end of the day, for God, there's 99% of people support going back and figuring out a solution. So we have to do the work on council that we want a solution. I completely get it. But again, just listening, if I was like a jury, people, that's what the jury says. So we have to give the jury, what they want. So that's all. Again, it's not just a few people, it's people, all walks of life, all income levels, all races who have reached out, and, either on Facebook or in person. So I get it. But they asked us, the people that were for the other side, they want us to fix the problem. And so we're going to step up and fix the problem. And I commend my colleagues for figuring this out.
Councilmember White.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hopeful that we would not penalize ourselves any more than what we already have. I want to read something, at least something that means something to me. And it starts out, I, Vincent White, do solemnly swear and affirm to carry out the duties of the office of the 1st District Council seat to the best of my abilities, freely acknowledging the power of this office flow from the people I'm privileged to represent. I further swear and affirm always to place the public interests above any special or personal interests, and to respect the right of future generations to share this rich history and natural history of Delaware. In doing so, I will always uphold and defend the Constitution of my country, my state, and the city charter, so help me God. That is the elected official's oath that we all swore to, from the mayor to the council people. I, too, echo the president's concerns. I don't know how much clearer it can be that this is what the people want. They made it painfully clear numerous times and in numerous ways to let this council know without a doubt this is what they wanted. That same opportunity was open to everyone else in this city, whether it was in person or virtual. We were willing to be here until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever it took to hear everybody's voice. For us to discount in any way the words that were conveyed here and through the last 3 weeks or 5 weeks is embarrassing and quite frankly disheartening. So I too would like to know what is the stalemate for you not to, for us not to move forward with this legislation that has been crafted with input from every council person who wanted to give it, and yet we find ourselves at 9:53 on Thursday, November the 16th, in this quagmire of not our own doing. No further comments, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Oliver.
Yeah, I too would like to know what's on council members' mind when you have over 150, 200 people between coming out constantly. When I say it's the people seat, I don't mean it's just my district seat. We say that. You got to listen to the people who vote for you. But I say this is the people seat because, as Councilman President Congo and White and Darby said, when everybody says the people seat, these people are all of our constituents. That's why we vote on everything for the whole city. And I want the public to know I was supposed to be in National League of Cities, myself and Michelle Hardy, and she's home packing. And we have a 4 o'clock flight. But I know because these people came out here for almost 5 weeks, I decided not to go today because I wanted to be here for this vote. I wanted to be here for this vote. That's how important this vote is to me. Why all my other colleagues are out there, National League of Cities, 4 or 5 of them in Atlanta. I'm here because I knew this was important for the residents of the city of Wilmington. So I did not catch the flight yesterday, neither did Councilwoman Hardy. We leave out at 4 o'clock this morning to go to the National League of City, and we done missed half of the conference, but we're still going there because we're going to be there Friday, Saturday, and we got a big day Monday. But we stayed for the people of city of Wilmington and not for just our districts. And I think it's unfair for council members not to vote for this and to play this little game. To me, this is my opinion. Councilwoman Allen, it's a bunch of bull to say present and I'm not voting for it and all this. After all these people, and I'm hoarse from talking to hundreds of people, half of them don't even live in my district, but they live in the city of Wilmington, and it's unfair for y'all not to listen to these people.
Seeing no hands raised from any other council members who are virtual?
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
I'm on the
Council
line.
President, my hand is
Hold on,
up.
please. Hold on,
Yes,
please.
so is mine.
Thank you.
Hold on,
So,
please. Please
Council
allow council
President.
members to speak. Councilmember Harley.
Okay, I was first, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You
Councilmember.
running the show. Go ahead. You got it, babe.
Oh, I'm not running the show.
You got it. Go ahead.
Councilmember Harley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Ain't nobody
President.
scared.
Oh, no, I just want to be courteous and I want to be respectful. So, what I wanted to say, Council President, is that I have the utmost confidence in the city of Wilmington that we will fill these positions. And I've been feeling this way for a long time. And I will tell you why. As I mentioned earlier, the 4th District, when we did the 2020 census, the 4th District increased 19%. When you look at the Midtown apartments on 9th and Shipley, you have individuals there that are professionals and have skills there. You have the Cooper on 3rd and Market that have professionals and individuals that have skills there. You have Crosby Hill on 5th and Shipley. You have the Riverview that just opened on A Street. And then you have the Lux that just opened, I think, within this month. We have 2,000 to 3,000 new people that have moved into the city of Wilmington that have skills, that have talent, that have, I believe, what we need to fill 15 positions. And when you think about 15 positions and you are thinking about relaxing a residency requirement, what about the unintended consequences that a number of people may not have even thought about? This is really, really big. And like I said, if Maryland, DC, and New Jersey, they decided that, hey, we need a residency requirement. We want the people that work here to live here, to make sure that there's it's interest, the value, the benefit. There was no really good reason when I reached out to a number of people, including former mayors. They felt as though there is no guarantee you will fill positions relaxing a residency. I felt that all along. I knew we had the talent. There's no reason for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fields.
I'm sorry. First of all, let me apologize to Councilwoman Harley. Councilwoman Harley, I was not speaking to you. So I apologize for that. Second of all, I just want to make something very crystal clear. I am not at the conference. I am at home on bed rest. I was in the hospital for a day and a half. So that's why I am not in the chambers. So nor am I scared, or nor do I have to hide behind the Zoom to place however I want to vote. So I just wanted to make that clear and put that on the record so everybody can hear that. Oh, yes. Second of all, you wanted to know what the reason was why I said that, however I decide to vote, because I don't think anybody is a fortune teller on there. So, they don't know if I'm going to vote no, yes, or president. So where I'm going with this is wait for how I'm going to vote. Secondly, my thing is, I see where they're coming from. And like I said, I heard everyone. And so my thing is, if we're just going to leave it as it is, right? And we're not changing anything, is this going to make a fiscal, if we start putting a fiscal demand on, on the city, as far as we already had another fiscal, I'm not going to say one, but we're going to add more fiscal hardship to the hiring, because if we're already giving the first-time home buyers and we're already giving them different types of I want to say maybe initiatives to move into the city of Wilmington, I just don't understand the working group. And Chris, nobody is upset with you. Everybody has a voice and a reason for why they do what they do. And so for me, I'm not upset with you, and nobody has said anything to me. So I wanted to make that crystal clear as well. So all I'm saying to you tonight is, to everyone, is I don't see the purpose of the working group. And if I seen the purpose for it, and if I seen that it would really not put us in a deeper financial bind than what we already would be, then I probably would vote a different way. But as of right now, the way that the amendment is written, I'm going to vote the way I want to vote. Thank you.
Tripping. Can I have my last, do I have my last round, Mr. President?
Yes, Councilmember Harley. Councilmember Harley.
Sorry, Council President, I think my hand is still up from the last time, sorry.
That was me.
Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak on the fiscal note, I think we all just voted for Cabrera's $150,000 if we're talking about a fiscal note, and she's not even here tonight, she done held it up. So you voting on 150, I mean, it's going to be a fiscal note on everything. But there's a working group, and we have the money in the budget for the housing. We have the money in the budget for the relocation. Did you hear how much money we have in the budget? And now we're talking about a fiscal note?
Making up anything.
Just before we turn it back over to the sponsor, just want to give my last round. Again, I just haven't heard anything that that makes sense to me, and that's not a a hit against any of my council members who may vote otherwise. But it's not. I think a lot of us are putting so much focus on people who may have to live, who live outside of the city and may have to come in and move. But the people are already here. Like the talent is already here. So we just can't use that as a scapegoat that the people don't want to move here, because the people who we can hire, they already live here. But it's obvious from the administration they don't want to hire people who already live here. And I guess that's the frustrating part. Like, and it's been talked about for hours now, and I don't want to repeat it, but it's so obvious that the administration just doesn't want to hire Wilmingtonians. And how we are going to allow that to happen is very, very disheartening. Because the people, they're already here. We just have to give them a chance, and we're not doing that by not supporting this legislation. Councilmember Darby, final comment.
Yes, so I'm gonna make a comment, and then I have to do some housekeeping with the legislation about the word working group, so I'm gonna make an amendment.
Okay.
But I also want to make it a point that the city invests $200,000 for a campaign called It's Time Wilmington. And what's It's Time Wilmington, right? You probably have not. If you live in Southbridge, you probably don't know what it is. You live on the north side. If you live within the city limits in most communities, you're not going to know what It's Time Wilmington is. I only found out about it when I came as a city council person. I was like, what's that? Never seen that a day in my life. But what happens is that they have a campaign to get people to move here, that live, play, and work. Right? They have a campaign where they are marketing for people to come and move to Riverfront. And then you have a council person who has a problem with $50K fiscal impact, but okay with $20K to get people to move here and market that. So it shows where the investment is.
200K.
200K. Yeah, 200K. I'm sorry, 200K. And then the compromise, another council person said there was no compromise. Obviously, there was a compromise with a lot of things with Councilmember Chris Johnson. Every single council person, all 12 of you guys were contacted via email and text. I got the screenshots, and you said that you didn't have any comments about it. So
No, I didn't have any.
No, please, Councilmember Darby. Councilmember Darby.
I'm talking. So to make that excuse that the compromise didn't happen, or like you weren't contacted to make any additions to this legislation, is wrong. And then I feel like at this point, you guys are just making up anything just to not be in support of what the community wants, right? This is the legislation that the community wants. So I am going to just go ahead with the amendment and run the legislation and let the community see how you guys vote tonight. Mr. President, I would like a motion for a floor amendment at this time.
Second.
Motion.
So move, sorry, so move.
It's been a motion and second to make a floor amendment. Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, so number one, amend the ordinance title to an ordinance to amend chapter 40 of the city code to establish 22 Dale Code 841 5-year maximum residency period requirement to establish the relative relative geographical boundaries at City of Wilmington limits to establish a residency assistance fund and to establish a residency task force.
That's it.
I read all of them at one time or do them separate?
You can read all of them at the same time.
Oh, okay, all right. Number 2, on page 1 of revision 2 to substance 2 to ordinance number 23-040, insert the following whereas clause in between the 6th and 7th whereas clause. Whereas City Council further encourages the administration to contract with local companies to fill vacant positions and send vacancy reports to neighborhood groups, churches, shelters, and or nonprofits within the city. And 3, on page 2 of revision 2 to substance 2 to ordinance number 23-04, amend the whereas clause by deleting the words working group and inserting the word task force. Number 4, on pages 3 and 4 of revision 2 to substance 2 to ordinance number 23-040, amend section 3 by deleting the words working group and group wherever mentioned and inserting the word task force. Section 3 in its entirety and read 2-035, delete the 4th whereas clause in its entirety and replace it with the following whereas clause. Whereas City Council deems it necessary and appropriate to amend Chapter 40 of the City Code to establish 22 Dale Code 841's 5-year maximum residency period requirement, and 2, expand the boundaries which constitute residency to increase the talent pool. Number 5, on page 4 of revision 2 to substance ordinance 2, number 23-040, amend the synopsis by deleting the phrase working group and inserting the word task force in its place. So this floor amendment adds a new whereas clause to further detail the means the administration could take to find applicants and changes the name of the working group to task force.
And just as a, just so everyone's on the same page, can you just give a brief summary of what the amendments will do, what their intention is? Does it extend the boundaries at all?
No, it doesn't extend any boundaries. So we learned that it's not a working group, that it's technically a task force.
Okay.
So they had me change everything to task force.
Okay. I just want to make sure the community is on.
No, I'm not changing nothing.
Okay. I know that.
Not
So
happening.
we're gonna take a roll call vote on the amendment. Clerk, please call for the roll. We're voting on the amendment.
Councilman White,
Yay.
Councilwoman Darby,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields,
Present.
Councilwoman McCoy,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Field,
Yes.
Councilman Mills,
No.
Councilman Spadola,
No.
Councilwoman Bracy,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
It's on the amendment.
Yay.
Run it.
Hold on.
Did that pass?
Eight,
Hold on, please.
2 nays, 2 present, and 1 absent.
How many, can you say that one more time, please?
It's 8.
8 yays, this is for the amendment, 8 yays, 2 nays, 2 present, and 1 absent.
Declared adopted. Thank you.
Go ahead.
But that's just for the amendment. But
That was just for the amendment.
That's
We
just
could
for the
run
amendment.
it now,
Go
the
ahead.
vote.
Go ahead, call.
Clerk, please call for the roll for the
Give me one
legislation.
second. This is for the legislation as amended.
Yes.
Councilman White,
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby,
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Harley.
Yes.
Please mute your phones, council members. Everyone, please mute your phones. Who's virtual? WITN, can you please mute council members' phones who are virtual? Thank you.
Councilwoman Fields,
Present.
Councilwoman.
Wow, that is magical.
Everyone, WITN,
Councilwoman McCoy,
all right, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Councilwoman McCoy, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
I didn't make it yet.
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear her vote.
I hadn't voted yet.
Okay, thank you.
Please allow her to process her thoughts.
Yes.
We have to continue the roll call. Thank you so much.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Field,
Present.
Councilman Councilman Mills,
No.
Councilman Spadola,
Present.
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes. Hold on. No. Please allow her to give the roll call, to give the tally. Please, thank you.
8 yeas, 1 nay, 3 present, and 1 absent.
Declared adopted. Now you can cheer. No, please. Please, no. Councilmember Darby, you may continue.
Yes,
Councilmember-
Mr. President, I have a resolution to present.
Resolution 23-065, agenda 0366, whereas House Resolution 786, calling for an immediate.
I move this resolution be received, recorded, and filed and adopted by yea and nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that this resolution be received, recorded, filed, and adopted by yea and nay vote on the question.
Yeah, so this resolution, we heard a lot about this tonight. This is about the immediate, the call for an immediate ceasefire for the Israel and occupied Palestine conflict that is happening now. And for me, just a little background to even how I got to this point of presenting this resolution. A lot of times, I am an avid reader. And I remember reading about a lot of atrocities that have happened in history, and I will always question the morality of the people during that time. Like, how could we have let that happen? Why didn't more people speak up, right? How did we allow this? And for me, I understand that wars are happening, right? And I think a lot of times we push it back in our minds, and we go on with our everyday lives to deal with our own lived issues that we have here. You know, specifically as a Black person, I have enough to deal with in my own backyard of oppression and dealing with white supremacist, cis heterosexual settler colonists here, right? But for me, as my people have resisted and fought for liberation on this occupied land, but what made a difference for me, I think, is social media, right? As I watched humans, people die in front of my eyes, like seeing children being pulled out of the rocks, the bombing that was happening, I literally cried. And then what really hit me is when they called them collateral damage. That was a human life, right? So for me, it hit home. And I actually had to stop watching it. And I have to stop watching it the same way that I have to stop watching Black Americans being killed by police officers. Because when we are killed, I can't watch them anymore. I really can't. So I had to stop watching the videos of the people who are getting bombed there, right? So it hit a whole nother trigger for me of what it meant to be Black in America and understanding my connection globally to other people who were oppressed. And then I was also listening on YouTube and trying to understand what was going on. Like, I always knew about the conflict, but to really educate myself, right? And someone had this quote. It was from Martin, and I feel it's cliche to quote Martin Luther King, but he talked about there comes a time when silence is betrayal. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter, right? So I was like, I have a voice, right? And I need to use that voice. And I realized the same people I question when I read those books, I used to stay up late at night. People get in trouble, kids get in trouble for iPads sneaking. I was up reading books at night. And I remember questioning the morality of the people and the stories that I was reading. But now I'm questioning mine. Because I am the person that, when someone else reads a book about today, what happened with Israel and Palestine, they're going to question the morality about the people and what we did. So I want to be on the right side of history. I know I could not be quiet. I could not be silent about this. My ancestors won't let me be quiet. I tried before, but I understand my calling. So I must use my voice to give power to the people. I say no to genocide. I say no to occupation. I say no to imperialism. I say no to apartheid. I say no to a colonialism. And I believe in the power of duality, right? And understanding this, like I'm trying to position myself as a Black American and what it means to navigate domestic issues. Like tonight we're talking about residency and we're talking about a global issue, right? And I feel like I can focus on domestic issues for my people and provide support to those who are globally oppressed. Because I understand Black liberation is connected to global liberation of other Black and brown people. And I believe that all humans have the right to a homeland, to clean water, fresh air, food, quality housing and safety, and as well as relationship with other humans in the form of families and community. So I mourn for the Israel and Palestine lives that were lost, right? And I believe that the United States government, we have to, at all levels, because someone said, why are we doing this on a city level? I think it's my job to hold myself accountable, my colleagues accountable, the state level accountable, federal government, county council accountable when I see atrocities happening and that we should be speaking up for. So I'm proud to join my colleagues across the country about this matter that our taxpayer dollars are paying for, right? And we have to use our voice. We have to use public forum and community engagement to bring these issues to light. So I am urging the Biden administration to call for immediate ceasefire to stop the current violence and ensure that the desperately needed humanitarian aid can be delivered. So ceasefire now on Palestinian people. So this resolution, which is really important, Congresswoman Cori Bush presented a resolution. And this resolution is vital because it asks for the ceasefire to deliver assistance to the 2.2 million people who are under siege and trapped in Gaza. And we know that the United States is playing a big role in this. And we know that there's a lot of people we're living here that we are not in support of it. We can't bomb our way to peace, equality, and freedom with thousands of lives being lost and millions more at stake. So I believe we need a ceasefire. And I'm grieving for everyone, the Palestinians, the Israel people, the American people, and the majority of the world is saying no. Over hundreds of protests across the world, in London, in Delaware, in all parts of the world, Australia, I'm watching it on social media. I'm taking this in, they're marching. People are walking out of their jobs saying this is unacceptable. Like, and the United Nations, they had a vote, a resolution. 120 were in favor of ceasefire. 14 were against and 45 abstained. So think about that. The majority of countries are saying, stop, please stop. And they're not stopping. So to me, I'm standing with everyone. And I also want to say that I stand with the Jewish people, but I separate being Jewish from being an Israel settler and a Zionist. And I remember and I denounced the German regime that slaughtered more than 6 million Jews. So I stand with y'all in that, but not in the Zionist movement. As such, we recognize the removal of indigenous Palestinians from their land to establish Israel is not even justice for the Jewish people. Instead, the United States and the United Kingdom invented the Zionist state as a colonial outpost to protect Western capitalist interests in the Middle East. So we have to be very clear on what this is about. So my thing is, how many more humans, children, women, men, people need to die for us to care. So that's where I stand today. So at this point, city council can vote how they want. But I know when I look back and I'm sitting in my rocking chair, 70, 80 years old, got my grandkids around me, great-grandkids, I'ma know I did the right thing in this moment. So free Palestine, power to the people. I'm done.
Any council members have any comments?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilmember White.
Thank you. Eric Garner, Michael Bay, Tamir Rice,
Yes.
Walter Scott. Philando Castile, Stephanie Clark, George Floyd. I wonder where the outrage. Where's the ongoing outrage? We live in a country that black babies are 3 more times likely to die before they age 1. Black maternity deaths 4 times high as white. Where's the outrage? Students graduate in Delaware reading at a 6th grade level. When the Tutsis were killing the Houthis, who was there? We talk about refugee camps. We have 200,000 in Sudan. Now, where was the outrage? 5 million people, 77% of the population in Congo has been killed. I too believe in duality. I too believe that the suffering on both sides of this is enormous. But when I leave this place to go into the first and talk to Mr. Saunders or Mr. Leggett or Mr. Houston, the pains of this particular conflict is not their concern. I know, and I echo Councilwoman Darby's strong concern for humanity. I just want to know, where's the outrage? There have been so many voices that came before us in the city that I'm kind of certain that they were strangers to, but they found their way here. And walking past all of the things that I just talked about, where's the outrage? As a black man in America, I fear much more than anyone could. And all human life is precious. I couldn't read the names of the people who died before their time at the hands of those who were sworn to protect them. I read this resolution, and the immediate de-escalation and express concern for health and safety touches me concernedly. But I don't have to go 5 blocks. I don't have to go 5 blocks and I got health and safety concerns. Where's the outrage? You can't just get me here on this through those voices, virtual and present. I read an oath, the public's interest, and yet I stand here leaning in the direction of this resolution. I could not go there without letting you know where's the outrage. Don't ask me to do something on behalf of others that they won't do on behalf of me.
Please allow him to continue. Thank you.
So we can get here. We can get my support. Not for applause. But at the end of the day, there's a check need to be paid. There's a balance on human and safety issues within blocks of us. I want to know, where will that outrage come? No further comment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember. Ma'am, this isn't the time. Ma'am, this isn't the time. Ma'am,
Point of order.
ma'am, please stop being disruptive.
Point of order.
Stop being disruptive. Everyone had a chance to give public comment. Now it's council's turn. Ma'am. Everybody had a chance to give public comment. Please respect council's turn.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Hold on 1 second, please. Councilmember Harley, do you have your hands raised?
Oh, yes, Mr. President. Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
I do want to echo the sentiments of my council member colleagues, Council Member White, and I definitely ditto what Council Member Darby had to say, which was very eloquently stated, and it was definitely well received. But I too want to express my concerns and my advocacy for peace and justice, for humanitarian efforts. As a city council representative, I am deeply concerned about the ongoing situation in Gaza as well, the escalating violence, the loss of innocent lives. They really are distressing. And I do believe that they do demand immediate attention. And so I too strongly urge all parties involved that are capable, that are able to prioritize a dialogue to de-escalate and prayerfully come to a peaceful resolution to all of this conflict. And I just want to end with, I do stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza. They have my support, and I just pray for peace and that those that can continue to raise the awareness about the situation. And I hope that we all can work together to promote more peace, justice, and understanding through dialogue, empathy, and have a commitment to human rights, that we can hope for a brighter future and way of life for everyone, and especially those affected by the conflict in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. President. And I support this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Oliver.
I just wanted to echo what Councilman Darby, Councilmember White, Councilmember Harley. I too support this resolution to cease fire on both sides, and thank you. So I just
Are there any other council members who are virtual?
Yes, Council President.
Councilmember Johnson.
I again echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and I have a unique position actually. So along with the mayor and some top city officials, we went to and signed a sister city agreement last spring with the country of Qatar. We actually signed an agreement with Doha. And looking at the global again, we have to look at what the facts are right now. And the country that's negotiating freeing hostages is Qatar. Qatar is the government that actually is calling for the truce right now. So supporting our brothers and sisters in Qatar, I believe, is the thing for Wilmington to do. They are our sister city because they are the brokers. They're like the Delaware of the Middle East. They're small but mighty. And so they are the ones trying to broker a deal, at least temporarily. It was in Reuters today, even asking for a 3-day truce, just so humanitarian supplies can get into the Gaza Strip. That is the truth. We have to look at facts. You can't get your information from social media. And the misinformation spread tonight, frankly, is harmful and painful. And so the citizens of Wilmington have to get the correct information. We have credible news sources. We have Reuters. We have New York Times, other places where you can get information. But that's what's going on right now. And the UN, as Councilwoman Darby said, has voted. They've supported a truce. And I've heard from constituents on both sides, those with family in Israel who actually, support this. Again, we're asking for a truce. We're asking for de-escalation. We're not saying stop everything. We're asking to save human life. And again, I'm one of those people too. At the end of the day, we all have to face the maker. And kind of like the Iraq War vote. People now, they say, oh, well, there's only a few people that voted against it. So, we have to learn from history. You can't repeat it. And so we have to be the ones to step up and say, look, the federal delegation, state officials, we're Biden's home state. We have to take this seriously. At least stop arming Israel. Let's de-escalate. Let's work with the country of Qatar to free hostages and preserve Israel life. And I'm as anti-Semitic as you can be. I'm also anti-Islamophobia, and we have to stand for both, and we can in the city of Wilmington.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other council members who have comments?
Council President.
Councilmember Spadola.
Thank you, Council President. I should say for the record, and it was on the agenda last meeting or the meeting before that, a couple days after the attack, there was a unity rally at the JCC, and I took a recognition that essentially unequivocally condemned the Hamas terrorist attack and showed our solidarity and support with the Jewish people and Israel. And I did have the thought of, do I do this as a recognition or a resolution that we discuss? And I quickly realized, well, it would be totally ridiculous for a Wilmington City Council to be discussing and debating an international incident. But that is what we are doing anyway tonight. But on the merits of this, to me, there's 240 hostages that are still kidnapped. That's the equivalent of several thousand Americans population-wise. So for us to tell Israel to stand down and not look for your brothers, sisters, mothers, daughters, to me, we are not centering their experience at all. So if Hamas wants a ceasefire, they can release the hostages and we can take it from there. But, I think we need to stand with Israel and the Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have any comments? Yes, Councilmember Field.
Yes, Mr. President. Basically, because this resolution does not address a Wilmington City Council issue, I will be therefore voting no.
Thank you. Do any other council members have any comments? We turn back to the sponsor.
Yes. So there's a few things I want to just address real quick. We talked about duality. I don't think caring about our issues here negates having to care about other issues. Outrage, there is outrage, and someone, I think Councilmember White quoted Black maternal health care rates. I'm really humble in most parts for the most case, but I'm one of the loudest voices around Black maternal health care for the state of Delaware in regards to getting legislation. So when you talk about outrage, I'm doing the work, okay? So when people complain about the outrage, what are you doing? What are you organizing, right? I helped Kobe plan one of the largest protests around police brutality. I was a part of that group. Network Delaware, a part of so many groups around housing, around so many different issues. There's so many. I can't even name all of them. I'm a part of these groups every day doing the outrage, the work. So when people complain about where's the outrage, I'm going to ask, what are you doing, right? That's my first question, because there is outrage and there is work happening here in the city of Wilmington and throughout the state of Delaware, and especially when people bring up Black maternal health care. I am one of the loudest, and I like to be humble, but it is what it is. And then the other part is Palestinian solidarity. That's why I think education is important. Black people and Palestinian people have been in solidarity for decades. Like, you have to educate yourself. SNCC, Malcolm X. There's a whole list here. Like, just if you just Google, and like you always just Google, and you see the Black Palestinian solidarity that has always existed, and Palestinian people, the same training. Our police department gets trained by Israel military. When the Black Lives Matter movement happened, who gave Black Lives Matter activists tips on how to deal with tear gas? Palestinian organizers. Okay? I don't think you that's why it's so important, especially Black people, educate yourself before y'all talk, especially about solidarity with other groups of people. Please educate yourself about it. That's why before I talked and got on, I said, let me educate myself, let me read, let me talk to different people on both sides. Because I want to hear opposing, and I want to hear people who are for the other side I agree with. And our money is going overseas. Our taxpayer dollars. So when you say it doesn't impact us on this level, I work. And I see the taxes coming out my check. And that money is going towards supporting Israel in this war, in this conflict, and this genocide. So to act like this doesn't impact us, and that people here don't need a voice, is sad to even say that. So millions of dollars. So I pray for peace. I pray for freeing the Palestinian people. I pray for the Israel people, what they're going through with the hostages and all that, and trying to find their, I can sympathize with that too. I think all of that can happen at one time. I don't think I have to be totally, oh, I'm so this or so that. I don't think I have to be polarizing or in so total opposition. But I am for and I am against occupation, right? And I'm against colonialism, all those things I mentioned earlier. So I just want to rock out with the vote, but I just wanted to mention those things because that is not true. There always has been Palestinian solidarity since back in the day before I was even here. It was here. And there is duality. One doesn't negate the other, and there is outrage happening. Just what are you doing?
Did you want to call for the roll?
Yes.
Clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilman White?
Yay.
Councilwoman Darby?
Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver? Councilwoman Oliver?
She's now on the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Harley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields? Councilwoman Fields? Councilwoman McCoy?
Present.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Field?
No.
Councilman Mills? Councilman Spadola?
No.
Councilwoman Bracy? Councilwoman Bracy? President Congo?
Councilmember Oliver is back on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Councilwoman Oliver?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Bracy once again? President Congo?
Yes.
Six yeas, 2 nays, 1 present, and 4 absent.
Said 6 yeas.
That's good.
6 6 yeas, 2 nays, 1 present, and 4 absent.
Parliamentarian, would that be adopted? Because it's a resolution?
Right.
I can't remember.
Turn on my video. Yes. Good evening. So it was 6 yeas,
Correct.
2 nays, 1 present, and 4 absent.
Correct.
All right. So it's present and voting since the only one absent is actually absent is Councilwoman Cabrera. I would say that there's 12, but of those who actually voted, there were 8. So 6 yeas, the resolution passes.
Thank you, Parliamentarian. Declared adopted.
Mr. President, may I be excused?
Yes, you may.
I gotta get up early.
Moving on. Councilmember, who is taking Councilmember Oliver's?
President, that would be me.
Councilmember White?
Council President, I had asked to be excused previously.
Can someone give me a count of how many council members are on, please?
President, there are 4 council persons on Zoom. However, Councilwoman Bracy is on, but she didn't respond at on your last roll call. So I'm on the last vote. So I'm not sure.
Do we have we have a quorum, right?
You have 4 on Zoom. How many are there in person?
4.
Council President, I'm back. This is Councilwoman Bracy. I'm back. I apologize.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you.
5.
Thank you, Shanae. Thank you, Shanae. Thank you, Shanae. God bless you. Thank you, Shanae. Thank you, Shanae. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
So we still have a quorum, right?
Yes, there's 5 on Zoom, President.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Harley, you wanted to be excused?
Yes, I sent you an email 3 days ago.
Yes, you may be excused.
All right, thank you. Have a good night, everyone, and a nice Thanksgiving.
Councilmember White?
Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present, calls for the 3rd and final reading.
Ordinance 23035, agenda 0355, an ordinance to authorize and approve 2 one-year extensions of contract 23025 PW's concrete improvements between the City of Wilmington and Diamond Materials LLC.
Mr. President, I move that this be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea and nay vote.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. This be known as the enacting clause of the ordinance and call for a yea or nay vote on the question. Clerk, please call. Do any council members have any comments? Seeing no hands raised, clerk, please call for the roll.
Councilman White?
Yes.
Councilwoman Darby?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fields, is she still off? Councilwoman Fields, Councilwoman McCoy,
Yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Field,
Yes.
Councilman Mills, Councilman Zola,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bracy,
Yes.
President Congo.
Yes.
8 yeas and 5 absent.
Declared adopted. Councilmember McCoy?
Mr. President, excuse me. Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present and call for the first and second reading.
Ordinance 23-044, Agenda 0367, an ordinance to authorize and approve 3 one-year extensions of contract 24001 EMPS Building Management Services at the Emergency Operations Center between the City of Wilmington and Asset Management Alliance.
First reading of the ordinance.
An ordinance to authorize and approve 3 one-year extensions of contract 24001 EMPS Building Management Services at the Emergency Operations Center between the City of Wilmington and the Asset Management Alliance.
Second reading of the ordinance.
Mr. President, I move that be known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and refer to the Public Safety Committee.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that be known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and referred to the Public Safety Committee. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, Mr. President, I have an ordinance to present and call for the first and second reading.
Ordinance 23-045, Agenda 0368, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the City General Obligation Bond, WWTP Digester Gas Flare Replacement Project, Series E of 2023, WPCRF, in order to provide the funds necessary for the city's relocation and replacement of the existing digester waste gas flares at its wastewater treatment plant, providing for the sale of the 2023 E-bond to the Delaware Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund, and authorizing other necessary action.
First reading of the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of the city's general obligation bond, WWTP Digester Gas Flare Replacement Project, Series E of 2023, WPCRF, in order to provide the funds necessary for the city's relocation and replacement of the existing digester waste gas flares at its wastewater treatment plant, providing for the sale of the 2023 E-bond to the Delaware Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund, and authorizing other necessary action.
Second reading of the ordinance.
Mr. President, and make that be known as the first and second reading ordinance and refer it to the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that be known as the first and second reading of the ordinance and referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee. This time we'll move to petitions and communications. Councilmember White.
None.
Councilmember Darby.
None.
Councilmember McCoy.
Nothing.
Councilmember Johnson.
There actually is something big. We're going to hear more about it, but the hard work of council is coming to fruition. There is $1.7 million in a home repair loan, home repair program, grant program that we have. There's a lottery. Now, the lottery is only from December 1st to December 15th, and it can be home repair loans up to $10,000. So we're trying to get this out to community up and down. There are some income restrictions, although they're pretty generous, and you don't have to even be just a senior. So this can be used for roofing, siding, paint, other things. So this is like a something that we've worked hard on council. So again, giving back to community, stabilizing your neighborhoods is important, and we don't want you to miss out. If you happen to miss out in the December lottery, there will be another lottery in the springtime in March, but try to get your name in. The best way to sign up is to go to the City of Wilmington's website, or you can go to the 311. You can go to 311 and do apply starting on December 1st for that 2-week window. So we're looking to push more out in the media about this, but it's very important. And, Council President and I, and working with the administration have make sure this gets out to community and everyone have a safe and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Councilmember Brigadier Fields. Councilmember Nathan Field.
Nothing else tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Mills. Councilmember Mills. Councilmember Spadola.
Nothing tonight, Council President. Have a good Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Bracy. Councilmember Bracy.
Yes, Mr. President. I just have one thing. I did want to state that I am here in Atlanta with the National League of Cities Conference, and today I was proud to represent the City of Wilmington at the commitment launch ceremony for the City Inclusive Entrepreneurship Program that the city of Wilmington will be embarking on to develop entrepreneurship training here in the city. I wanted to thank you, Mr. President, for the letter of support to Wilmington Alliance, and for us being able to explore how we support our entrepreneurs in a deeper and more meaningful way here in the city. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Thank you. Just want to thank everyone who joined us in council chambers today, and also those of you who joined virtually. Again, we encourage you to continue to engage as we have our meetings every first and third Thursdays, and also our committee meetings. To get official agendas or dates or when our committee meetings are, you can always call us at the City Council office, 302-576-2140. Again, if we can answer any of your concerns on how we can make this a better city, just call us at 302-576-2140. With that, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.